Disco in
is like,
French. Hold on.
I don't even know the
well,
word disco.
because right, disco is like a Latin word and it means like to dance or something.
Disco in French is disco.
There
Yeah.
is a
So, like-
feminine version for disco in Spanish.
Disco?
Apparently, it is La Discoteca.
That
Oh,
makes
that's
sense.
discoteca.
Disoku is disco in Japanese, and I know that because in all of the Yakuza games, there's a mini game in each of them for dancing at the disco, because that's when Kira grew up, was during the like height of disco fever.
Dude, I skipped a Yakuza cutscene once,
Mm-hmm.
and I ended up at the disco, and I just closed the game. I didn't follow the story enough to know like what the fuck had happened up until that point.
I love when you try and translate like English words into Japanese, because if there's not a direct translation, they will just make it sound kind of close enough to the English word. So like
Please take a shower.
Please do.
like FIBA instead of fever.
Is that true? Is that right?
Yeah,
That's true.
because I checked to see what disco fever would be.
Yeah, apparently disco comes from discotheque, which is like the play on bibliothèque,
Fièvre disco.
I think. But
Oh man, I can't wait for people to if this whole like little series of us playing this campaign ever takes off anywhere, and then they just go, man, my favorite episode was the one where they talked about other languages and disco for a long time.
oh my gosh. Well, it's only been like 4 minutes since you've been live, so
2 minutes, but yeah.
2 minutes.
Wow, very
that's-
trivial and important detail.
That's still a long time to talk about this for.
No,
In a
it's
D&D
literally
stream.
not.
I feel like that's a very believable amount of time to talk about disco.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Well, keep in mind, like, we'd been talking about it before I went live.
That is true. So for
Um,
maybe for you, Z, it feels like a long time, but for the people just now joining us, it hasn't been that long.
I suppose, if you really want to get pedantic about it.
Oh,
Let me check the stream. Let me see if Senzu's in.
I don't think Senzu's
You
in
want-
stream.
your stream.
Mm.
My mother asked for me to tell her what the link was, so we may be joined by my mother today.
Your actual mom.
Yes.
Hey, yo,
my
can I have
actual
them
mother.
digits?
Hey, yo, your mom's single?
Hey, whoa.
Wait,
God,
so
Jacob,
I'm
you like to
asking
talk
for
to
a
your
friend.
mama.
I'm asking for a friend.
I'm sorry. Tell your friend there's a goalie.
It's
Damn.
it's how do I say? How do I coger my name? Folix is asking for a friend.
Wait,
UCFO.
how would you say, can I get your mom's number in French, Felix?
Oh fuck! I don't. God. Est-ce que je peux avoir ton numéro de téléphone?
I love that the last word of that. I love that wait, he's a native French speaker. What do you
I
mean?
suppose
Yeah.
that is true.
Yeah.
That's like asking, how do you know the English phrase for that so quickly? Because you figure it out.
I mean, to be honest, I don't think that I would be able to say it that fast in English.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, French and Spanish, I'm not gonna lie to you, they're fucking tough languages because the moment that people actually start speaking, it's ridiculously fast.
Oh,
Like if
so fast.
like sometimes when some of my French friends speak, I'm like, all right, wait. Okay, look, I may be French, but you're gonna have to like tone it, like take it from Mach 3 to 1. Okay, I can understand you a little bit more.
Brother.
There was in when I was first taking my first Spanish class, it was taught by this Chilean woman. She's from Chile.
I love that detail, just Chilean.
Hands
like-
down, best Spanish teacher I ever had, because she was like real honest with how much we would use certain words, especially I've never used this before, but it exists. But she had us like learn and be able to categorize the different like dialects of Spanish simply based on how fast they spoke and the way and their accent.
Oh, that's cool.
That's sick. I
Like that
love
was a
that.
huge that was like a section of it. She's like, okay, so if they talk this fast, this is where they're from. I don't remember what it was, but now
So you're telling me that in your first Spanish class, your Chilean teacher taught you to profile Spanish speakers?
yes, she did. She taught me
I-
to linguistically profile them,
That's
based
an impressive
based on
and
your
I did
speaking
well.
based on your speaking rhythm and your grammatical errors, I can tell you are exactly at this address within Spain.
No, it's where they were likely like what kind of Spanish they were taught. Like there's
Yeah.
different kinds of Spanish, like
Well, yeah,
Spain Spanish, Mexican.
Like, there's different dialects for all kinds of languages. I'm sure there's at least a couple English dialects out there that like are
Yeah.
distinctly
No.
different.
Got whatever the British. You know,
Yeah,
they
like-
change up a few words, but that's slang.
Like,
It's not really. I wouldn't.
Okay, well, I guess like ye old English would be like a dialect, even though it's dead. That would still
Yeah.
count because it's close
I took-
enough.
I took 2 years of Spanish, and the only Spanish I remember is El niño popó en los pantalones.
Well, okay, what the fuck does that
What did he
mean?
do to his
The,
pants?
the kid shit his pants.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I do love, by the way, during that whole like French segment that we got for like a second there, one, it was really quick, but two, at the end, I love that the French word for telephone is just like telephony or something. What was that?
Telephone. I mean, we don't. It's like you don't really. It's. Look, some of these words were made in English because, like,
Hold
we didn't
on.
have these fucking words until way later. So, like,
That's-
some of us.
Felix, I
That's
need
fair.
to know. I need to know. Is it the slang French or is it the proper air quotes proper French word for it?
What do you mean? Telephone?
Because I feel because I heard somewhere that there's like certain words are like how people talk, but there are other words that mean the same thing. But it's like the quote unquote like Webster dictionary of the French language or something.
There's definitely two types of French people speak. There's the proper French where they're grammatically correct and they sound nice, and then there's a bunch of slang French, which
Which one are you?
I was raised to talk properly, but after hanging out with a lot of people my age, I also picked up some of the slang French. So, and my grandma was not happy with that at all.
Oh,
Oh, by the way, Felix, just to make sure you're comfortable with like saying what race you are, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so you're white as shit. Like you are
I'm
white,
pretty-
white.
yeah, I'm white,
Would you like to tell us the skin color of your grandmother?
black.
I,
It's not a huge. She was still mixed, but yeah, it's not a big thing.
isn't it from like the whole like French like into Africa thing? Isn't that where she comes from, or what?
Yeah, well, she's
Okay.
from Niger. She's from like Niger and stuff.
Oh,
So
okay.
she grew up as a wet nurse in Africa, helping out.
I still remember the first time you told me that. I did not believe you because I knew what you looked like, and I went, no,
I had to show
no
a photo. I had to show a photo to my friends, and I was like, the photo's in black and white. They go, yeah, we'll be able to tell. Yeah,
But like, it's crazy because it's just like 2 generations. Like it is not that far away.
well, if she was like half right, but you could still see it. So
Mhm.
she, her dad was
Oh,
reason-
that makes a little
region
more
in
sense.
South of France. There's a region in the south of France, I think in the north of Spain called Catalan, or it's like people speak a mixture. Oh my god, this language pisses me off. Imagine who here is an actual bilingual speaker? No offense to the rest of you for dropping that comment. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
I learned like 7 language while growing up, but
So, all right. So imagine you can speak Tagalog fluently. So imagine
Yeah.
there's a language that's half Tagalog and half Russian. And when
Yeah.
you hear this language, you can understand every part of it that's Tagalog, and then
Yeah.
it mixes Russian words in. So half the
Yeah.
time it tickles that part of your brain that's like, I should be able to understand this. And then, but why don't I? It's
it's like Spanglish or Taglish.
kind of, except it's like Franish. It's just awful.
God, that
It's a
that
specific
would kill
dialect,
me.
Spanish, French, and it's a very unique language, only used in this one specific region, but it is bonkers. It's just rage-inducing to listen and only understand half of.
I don't speak two languages, but just the very concept of someone talking to me in two different languages, technically at once, that have been mixed together, I would lose my fucking mind. I would
It is
get
its
so
own
mad.
language, but yeah, it's.
I mean, it
I
is
mean, you
essentially
should
two
learn
put
another
together,
language.
seemingly.
You should
Oh yeah,
learn another language.
I want to learn another language, but like,
Learn like Spanish or Mandarin at this point.
I mean, it's fucking,
Spanish gets.
it's difficult. It's hard.
It is. No, it is. But at least pick up one more.
Fair enough. I mean, maybe Spanish, but like, I would never pick up Mandarin. You could not pay.
I mean-
It's so difficult. Like, what's
is.
the amount of characters? It's like 2,000 or something.
More, probably more. No, it's. I mean, it's difficult. Don't get me wrong. I wish I came to that school earlier so I could have taken more than a year. But I mean, it's a fun language.
I just wish I could have like learned a bunch of languages growing up at once. You know, like I wish that was just like part of like what happened. But no, it's just my parents only spoke one, so now I only speak one.
I think the only thing I kept up was like Ni Pang Pang, which like just I think roughly translates to "you're fat." That's
That's
probably what. And like Wuhan House,
diabolical.
like, I'm all right. I'm all right.
That's diabolical, dude. Holy shit. Oh, by the way, I did
And then
want to
also
check.
Mago Run like that, or like you had to pick up on what countries were like 50 Run or Mago Run, which was like France and the US, and then there was other shit like that. But
So, assuming you want, by the way, to speak Mandarin at some point, right? There are 54,000 characters. And then if you care about being able to speak the dialects from the different sections of mainland China, this isn't like counting places outside of China, right? So you want to speak in other places in China, that's around 1,000, or sorry, not 1,000, 106,000 characters. Bro, at that point, I genuinely do not believe there's a person out there who actually knows all 106,000 characters. I call cap immediately. I don't think there's anyone who could differentiate all of them.
I mean, it's a lot, but it's like similar to kanji where you could break it down to the radicals.
Oh yeah, well I mean like it's like
Yeah.
pictures, right? So you could definitely like take it apart. But I'm sure there are characters obscure enough that you could put them like you could hand them to like a fluent Mandarin speaker, and at least for a minute or two they go, let's see, like they'd have to figure it out. All right.
I mean, actually, yes, I'd agree with that, but also with how the language is structured, they have like 4 quadrants and shit like that, and they sometimes cross over. But they use symbols that mean certain things, so you could technically if
Yeah.
you're good enough at identifying what those symbols mean, you can build what the word probably is in your head.
Fair.
Yeah,
So
it's
they
like
could get close. They could get close, but again, also like English and Mandarin are such different languages. It's very difficult to make that distinction.
Could not be
Because
more
for
night
us-
and day. Could not be more night and day.
Yeah.
One of my favorite Chinese letters is for penguin. It's just I believe tuxedo duck or tuxedo goose.
Wait,
That
for
sounds
real?
about right.
Yeah.
I mean, I love that actually. Let me see. All right, let me look at the picture for it. Yes, no, it's business goose.
Business goose. Yeah.
Business goose.
I mean, think about it. Like we didn't know what these fucking things were called back in the day. Like, what do you think?
I do think that is like the coolest like writing format. By the way, I just want to put that out there. Like, functionally, nightmare for me to try and figure out. But like, talking just pure form, that is so cool. That they get to draw pictures and that's how their words
Yeah.
work. That's crazy.
I'm telling you right now, it's not as cool as you think it is. It is a headache and a half.
I mean,
When you're graded on that
Okay,
shit,
that's
you
fair.
are not thinking it's cool.
that's fair because like I'm looking at the symbol for goose and that means nothing to me, but I am looking at the symbol for business and it just looks like people in a building. So like I could probably figure that one out.
The easiest way to learn like kanji or like Chinese is learning the radicals, and then once you learn the base of it, you could kind of piece together everything that you read.
Sorry, I because
You
one of the things on Google Images is like the different like conjunctions that make different words, right? So lobster is dragon shrimp, dolphin is sea pig, um, alpaca is sheep camel. We got avocado, which is crocodile pear. We got panda, which is bear cat. Makes sense. Wait, then what the hell's a binturong then? Isn't that also bear cat? Whatever.
I think a
Uh,
binturong is like what's that? It's like those
they're
village of
called bear.
manatees, right?
No, binturongs are like little kind of panda-looking things.
Oh,
They're
those.
yeah, they're
They
called bear
stinky.
cats. They are stinky. They smell like popcorn,
Yeah.
which is
Oh, that's
interesting.
right.
And then we have monster,
remember
which is just strange thing. That's how you say monster. It's just strange thing. I love
You can
that.
claim Lego Indiana Jones on Twitch right now. Oh my god,
Wait,
this
what?
is a score.
Wait, what?
Lego Indiana Jones.
Oh,
is
it's
on
if you have
Twitch.
Prime. Okay, I gotcha. Fair enough. All right, I think we've stalled long enough now. Let's see. Oh shit! Wait, where's DeBo's video? Where'd he go? He's
Huh?
disappeared in stream. He's been
I'm
erased.
still here.
No.
I'm here. No, it's up. What are you talking about? It's active.
Look on the stream, brother man.
I
Dude,
don't have the stream open.
You're not there.
it's simple. He cast invisibility on himself.
No.
What the fuck?
What about the sake of our viewers, DeBo?
Goddamn Microsoft team off of me. I don't
I-
want to open your ass.
You have a meeting in 15 minutes.
I hate.
I never have a meeting ever. Leave me alone.
I hate fucking Microsoft like applications so much, dude. Cortana used to like bug the shit out of me.
Yeah. Share camera. Start. Mute. Eh?
I don't know. I don't think the Microsoft applications are too bad. I think it's really annoying when a company has different people using different applications. Like some people are in fucking 2012 Microsoft, some are in 2019, so we gotta use different fixes for different things. Not that bad. Microsoft's got, it's not bad. Dell, on the other hand, Dell sucks. Dell is
I remember trying to use Skype, like because like when I was growing up, Skype was like just on the heels of its death, right? Like it was about to be sailed down the river. Also, I'm buying time for DeBo to show back up on stream. But like it was on like the heels of its death, right? Like justifiably, because that shit sucked.
don't know why it's not here.
I respectfully disagree, but continue, King.
Sorry, I'm
everything and trying it again.
seeing like two versions of myself on screen, so I was just making
Did
sure
you get
things weren't
did you
broken.
get the new Video Ninja link, Jacob? Or did you preserve the last one you got?
I've been using the same one I've always used.
Okay.
Right. Hopefully it's the same one then. Well, I'll give it some more time. What's up, Numzu? How's it going? Just some technical difficulties. But no, like I was mentioning, right? Skype was horrible to use when I used it. There's only been one application I've ever hated more than Skype, right? Which was fucking TeamSpeak. TeamSpeak was dog shit. I cannot believe anyone ever tried to use either of those programs legitimately. They do not function well.
They functioned very well at the time. Look, man. Skype will always hold a nostalgia factor, and TeamSpeak was useful. It was rather effective. Now, don't get me wrong. I kind of do miss that noise of a user has been moved to your channel and shit like that.
Oh, I have a Discord mod that can bring that back.
No, let's not do that. That noise needs to stay where it was. But
Fair
I don't
enough.
know. I think after a bit of practice, those applications were pretty easy. And I don't know. Skype always has a nostalgia for some of us.
Is it working now, Zed?
No. Here, do you want to just like send me your link again, and I'll make sure that I have the right one.
Okay.
I'm sorry, man.
Zatsp.
These things happen.
It should be the same one, but I'll try it.
I'll cross-reference
There
it
you go.
too.
It's
When-
Zatsp.
Alright, let me see. Okay, it is the same fucking one. Okay, what the fuck's happening?
What's going on?
What's happening? Oh god, I shouldn't do that.
I'm too old for this.
Oh, there he is. He's back. He's
Got
back.
too many tabs open.
He's back. Quickly, we must start before it all fucking goes to shit again. Alright. In the last session, the party found themselves recovering from the chaotic aftermath of a night filled with debauchery at the local tavern, only to be jolted back to the grim reality of their world. After a celebratory evening that resulted in some drunken misadventures, including a drinking contest that saw Iva triumph victoriously but leave Kreger with a hangover, they set out to investigate a series of mysterious attacks on the citizens of Focal Point and travelers coming to Focal Point. The journey led them to the local hospital, where they learned chilling details from survivors about a malevolent entity, a towering creature with a body made of eyes that had been wreaking havoc. As they journeyed onward, they encountered shady cloaked figures in the wilderness, embodiments of their fears and confusion, and the ensuing battle was a frantic struggle, punctuated by moments of terror as the cloaks came alive, wielding razor-sharp edges designed to ensnare. Vogue became the target of these cursed garments and found himself ensnared in a horrific magic spell that nearly claimed his life. However, hope flickered in the darkness as fellow adventurer Iva transformed into a bear, bringing ferocity to the fight. With a flurry of strikes and the proper tactics employed by the group, they fought valiantly until the remaining cloaks were dispatched. Just when the party had thought that the danger had passed, DeBoe's life was once again held in the balance as the remaining cloak turned his fellow adventurers against him in a certain way, as Morgheros was forced to shoot DeBoe to save him. In a moment of desperation, however, the party called upon a group that was traveling nearby, a group of gardeners, devout followers of the beloved son Yuka. A heroic figure emerged, a blonde man who possessed the knowledge to restore DeBoe's vitality. Through a fierce casting of healing magic, he managed to set DeBoe back upon the path to recovery, though at great cost to his own well-being. He left shortly thereafter, and we pick up in the night where DeBoe has returned to his tent after these moments of panic. I'll say, what's everyone doing?
I'll say that DeBoe is probably taking off what little rags are still on his person, prestidigitationing any of the dried blood on it.
It's after battle, right? Hello?
Yeah, sorry. This would be after the battle. Yeah.
Okay. I guess Iva will stretch her body still in bear form, and she'll slowly like recede all her fur, her bones cracking and shifting as she contorts herself back into her small fairy form.
Gotcha. You all kind of hear these snaps and pops throughout the night, or well, throughout a few moments of the night as Iva changes back to her typical form. It's during this time that there's kind of this stillness in the air around you. It seems to be unnervingly calm. You can tell, at least almost assuredly, that there's nothing else out here with you at this point. But that almost feels more worrying than kind of the thought that maybe something would be. The true fact of you being alone here means you're not really sure. Regardless of that, what are you guys doing as the night draws on? The fire begins to die down a little bit.
I think Morgiros will go knock on DeBo's tent.
Or you kind of knock on one of the fence posts and it goes ding, ding, ding.
DeBo,
Hmm?
how are you feeling emotionally?
Hmm. I think that perhaps I might know a little bit better tomorrow.
All right.
So, is there anything else of note before we start to bed down for the night?
Nope.
You all begin to bed down, and you can all mark a long rest as
Yay!
so. Devo's like, please, please, for the love of God.
My fucking long rest. Why are these buttons not working? Ah.
Why are these buttons not working?
Long rest.
Yes. As you take a long rest, you are able to gather yourselves in the night, and the bow, you think that you awaken at some unknowable time in the night. You open your eyes and you can see you're in your tent. And there's kind of this odd compulsion to walk out. You do already get the long rest at this point. How do you respond to this?
Yeah, my eyes will kind of flutter open and kind of look about. I would say the tatters of clothing are probably sit beside me, and I'll begin putting them on, but
Mm-hmm.
just kind of fiddle around with like one too many holes for my sleeves and just kind of grumble and sigh for a moment before I just decide to go without a shirt. Is anybody on watch?
Yes, definitely.
I
I
think
think,
Morgiros probably would be.
yeah, because I think Morgaris already had a long rest by. Actually, that's a good point. Morgaris, are you taking a second long rest?
I had not finished my rest before the
Oh,
fight
okay.
broke out.
All right, then you're fine. But yeah, you would know that Morgaris should be on watch right now.
Okay. Does the feeling that I get, is it familiar in any ways?
It feels familiar but distinct in a lot of ways. It does feel familiar probably to what you're thinking of, but it also feels as if every time this uh, feeling rolls around to you, it's a little bit changed, almost as if it's constantly shifting.
Okay. Yeah, I'll walk out of my tent. Can I tell by the campfire what, like, how many hours are left till sunrise, or by the brightness of the sky?
So you step out of the tent, and as soon as you grab onto the I guess flaps of the tent, you pull them open, and you are suddenly blinded just for a moment from the light. You kind of cover your eyes instinctively, and as they adjust and focus into the new light, it is this vibrant mix of yellows and oranges and greens, and you can peer behind you and see the tent's gone, and you're standing within a bright, multicolored field somewhere. You're not really sure where you are, but you get the sense that it's probably at least the image of somewhere beyond the wall. And as you stand in this field for a moment, you can feel the wind well around you, and it feels almost as if it's alive with a breath to it. And I'll say for everyone else who's currently in camp, can you roll me perception checks? Debo, you don't need to roll.
I feel left out.
You hear it automatically, Debo. Why do you feel left out?
I got a nat
I would have
20
rolled a clacky.
Nat
dice.
20. Whew.
or a 25.
I got 11.
Morgaris, you have advantage on this one specifically.
Oh, heck yeah.
It's for reasons.
15.
Damn.
That's even worse. 11.
Yeesh.
Yee.
So I will say, Iva, you hear all of this, and then I'll go down the list of how much each of you hears. So, Debo, you feel the wind well around you, and you already know what to look out for here. You've experienced this at least once before, and you look closely to the plants, and you can pick apart details and kind of etchings into them that spell out part of the message, and then the rest is conveyed to you by the wind blowing into your ears, these voices that slowly culminate into a singular voice, a familiar voice, this feminine voice that you had heard previously. You hear it's tired and weak, and it sounds as if it's struggling to speak. And it says, what, that,
Well, it's been some time. Did I come here, or did you bring me?
a bit, both.
Okay. Well. All right. Okay.
For everyone else, you're hearing this as a one-sided conversation. You can hear the female's voice, you cannot hear Debo responding to it. For you, Iva, you're going to pick up all of this, and then I will tell the others when you stop hearing things.
Am I going the right direction?
Y-
Is this the right way?
Yes.
How do I know when? If I was to stray off, would you tell me? What's keeping me on this path?
The people around you work as guidelines to your fate.
The party? The pink one, the dragonborn and the fairy? Well, not the fairy. The shape changer, the chamber. They're my guide. I'm supposed to follow them?
In wait. And Morgaris, this is where it cuts out for you. But Debo, you further here. The fairy is connection to outside. Dragon born will protect you. And then the pink one is very important. I can't explain why, or else it would ruin everything. Gregor, this is where it
Yubo
gets out
takes
for
a
you.
moment to think, taking note of everything that he learns, what the different roles the different members of the party play, and the fate that lies for him. What happens if I fail? What happens if I don't get there in time? Is there a time? Do you know where she is?
There's a pause on the wind for a second. You get a sense that it dies down all at once to almost conserve a little bit of energy before it culminates again to try and give you a full answer, and you hear, I no. Who knows where she is? But if you fail, perish before you heed words and leave stalwart gate, one you care for will never dare upon Mage Globe again. Grow, adapt. You not ready.
What? When? What's the magic day? When am I going to be ready? When can I? When?
There's a pause. It seems less so the power culminating again. It seems more so almost a contemplative way of sending this message forward. And after a moment, you hear a response. They shall come when the and you hear there's another kind of pause on the wind. It seems as if it's struggling to convey this in a way that wouldn't ruin the outset of things. And it says, when the day that the onyx is lost will be the day you journey out. Find me.
And as long as I keep following these people, they're going to lead me where I need to go. How do you know that? How can you be certain?
You are with have their own wants. You can help them. You'll grow into stronger, better. Everything I've ever seen. The only way you survive is with this group. But even that is not certain. Ill-fated man to
Well, ain't that just peachy? Okay. All right.
before you return. I'd like to apologize. Wish I could tell. But know that every secret I hold to my chest is a secret that would lead to your
DeBo doesn't respond. He's just gonna turn around and start walking away,
You start to
and I'm just gonna hope that makes me leave.
Yeah, you turn, you start walking, and you watch almost kind of to like help you the plants part, and you step back into what you can only assume to be the real world. You see you're standing outside of your tent, and it's about early dawn at this point. You can feel a little bit of the natural wind through your hair, and it seems like you just walked out here without, because you put your clothes on, like your tattered clothes, but you didn't like put them on in real life. That was a dream. So you kind of step out. Is anyone awake in this extremely early morning? I mean, this is ass crack of dawn.
Morgira.
Yeah. So Morgiris, you just see DeBo. I assume DeBo, you walk right back into your tent because it's right in front of you.
I mean, I turned around and I walked that way, so I guess I do.
Yeah. You see DeBo sleepwalk out of his tent, stand there for about a minute, and then turn around and walk back into his tent.
I would say something that you would know or notice, Morg, is that he has a tattoo.
Ooh, of what and where?
It would be on his left arm. It is a series of rippling puddles, some lotus flowers, and a not a bullfish, a catfish swimming amongst them.
I guess Iva would be up too, since she was listening to the whole.
Yeah,
thing.
true. You heard all of this. At least all of the female words. You didn't hear DeBo say anything. But DeBo, you walk back into your tent at this point. And I will say, DeBo, you get the sense that the plants had parted out of your way because you were kind of meant to be sent back. And the fact that you like walked away, like almost, they had to kind of quickly figure out what to do about that. You can almost feel a bit of an oh shit moment on the wind. But I will say, as you step back into your tent, for everyone else, obviously, Kreger, you heard up to what you heard. It was a voice you've never heard before, and you could hear it in your sleep. I'm assuming if you're still asleep by this point, you heard these kind of voices echoing in your. I don't know how much you would think of that. All right. But for you, Morgaros, as you were up, I would say you probably maybe even looked on the wind for this, because you heard the very start of the words and not much more beyond that. But you did pick up that the voice was very familiar to you. Can you go ahead and roll me a history check?
Yo, I have advantage for any reason?
Yeah, I'll say you have advantage. 20.
Dirty 20.
You think on it, you concentrate, and you let the voice kind of swirl within your mind, and you know that it's a Fae voice. You can tell from the wispiness of the way that it speaks, and you can tell by the fact that it's little more than a voice on the wind, that it's heavily connected to the nature of Fae and Fae-ish nature. It's extremely familiar to you. It's like a long forgotten voice that you haven't heard far too long. In fact, I'd say with a dirty 20, you even feel tears well up at the edges of your eyes. You're not sure why, but it elicits a deep, primal emotion in your chest. And then for Iva, obviously you got all of it, but it's not a voice you recognize. You can just tell with a natural 20. I will say you can also tell that it is Fae in origin, just from the way that it sounds. The voice carries on the wind.
I suppose Iva will be leaning out of her tent, kind of like eyeing DeBo as she kind of squints her eyes suspiciously. How far is he?
Well, I will answer. I think he'd be probably about like 20 feet away. Assuming you're like at the farthest tent. But DeBo, I will ask, what do you typically like sleep in? Is it just like a t-shirt, or not like a t-shirt, but like an undershirt?
Just
He
nude.
sleeps in a pair of long johns.
There you go.
Dude, that is the most DeBo answer I
way
could have
ass.
The
fucking
most
thought.
DeBo.
No, no, I expect nothing less. Do you have a nightcap too?
No, no nightcap. Gotta
Damn
keep
it.
those
Oh.
precious locks out.
Damn it.
Yeah, you see DeBo and his long johns as he walks back in. You see he like goes to adjust like his clothing, even though he's not wearing any. Like aside from his long johns, of course. Like he goes to like adjust like the normal like straps or like sleeves that he has, and there's nothing there. He just grasps the air.
Morgirus will kind of wipe away his tears and kind of be looking at. Did Morgirus hear the voices while the boat was sleepwalking?
Yeah. I'd say that's what kind of it woke you up, and you immediately went outside to try and find it. But as soon as like you, well, not woke you up, but like got you out of a trance, you stood up to go and find it, and as you looked around, it was gone, but you could see DeBo standing there.
Weird.
Kreger's gonna walk out of his tent. I'm still in his pajamas. Just, yeah. Anyone here have a really weird dream? Like, just heard two people talk that I have no fucking idea who they were. One person, I heard this weird voice the entire time. Just weird. I don't know, it's a very weird dream.
Yeah, it looks like the bull has a friend he didn't tell us about.
Oh, that was DeBo. I didn't even hear his voice. Had some lady, I think.
I didn't hear DeBo's voice either. But he was sleepwalking while that was going on. So there's, I don't know. I'm worried about him.
Maybe we
First-
should go check him.
You mean check on him?
Yeah.
Well, what would we be checking him for? Ticks, there's a magical voice creating tick.
I've got a wire.
Yeah, he's got a fucking wire. Get him.
Joke's on
I'm-
you, I've already been to prison. I can do it again.
Oh shit.
I
I
can't go
will
back.
start fluttering over to DeBo.
He's in his tent, I believe.
She'll go into his tent.
Not
I
even
imagine I'm asleep
knocking.
at this point.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you fly like you don't even have to like open the flaps; they're already like a little bit ajar, so you just float right in. And as you do so, DeBo, you went straight back to sleep. You said,
Yeah.
could you
Be pretty rested.
roll me a perception check at disadvantage as you lay down and close your eyes?
I like perception checks a little bit.
Oh, that's pretty good. You said this.
Yes.
Ooh, okay. That turned from a 17 to a 6.
Oof. You somehow don't hear like the flutter of fairy wings as Iva like enters the room. Like to everyone else, you can literally hear Iva coming from like a mile away if she's not like trying to hide, right? Because Iva can be very stealthy if she wants to be, but when she's not trying, you just hear like twinkle twinkle twinkle, twinkle like from like feet away, right? And you watch, she flutters in. Iva, he doesn't even stir. You can hear and so on.
Iva will kind of look down at the sleeping DeBo, realizing she hasn't been noticed. She's gonna snoop through his stuff.
You start to root through his pack, and I'll say with a 6, he doesn't notice this. Debo, what do you have in your inventory?
Let's
I
see.
wonder what he has.
I'd say some of the things that you would probably pick up on first would be his slingshot that he uses and the walking stick that he carries around all the time. You would have seen the rapier that's in the walking stick. I don't know if you'd have any interest in that. There's, of course, his clothes, most of them tattered. His hat now has a very satisfying and character, very nice little cut in it from his encounter with the barbed wire cloaks. Something that he has, which is abnormal within the monotony of what he carries, is he has a component pouch, despite not being a wizard. He has a handful of small iron balls, a smaller handful of cold iron balls. He's got some steel balls.
I love that you just say the word balls and two of us start chuckling to ourselves.
That last one was made up, but the other two were in there. He has a little bit of rope. He's got some pitons, some rations, a torch, water skin, backpack, crowbar, hammer, tinderbox, book, and a magnifying glass. Oh, and a hunting trap.
Oh, and don't forget the partridge and the pear tree.
The partridge and the pear tree.
She'll lay out all of the items on the floor as she picks through it, like she's shopping.
Ow, this isn't on my inventory list. He has a pipe. That's
Yeah.
there too.
She'll take the pipe.
Okay. Yeah, the pipe has a very unique shape to it where it has this curve that comes down and kind of rests on his chin whenever he's biting onto it. And the way that it is carved, it can sit down on that little bottom spot without any difficulty. And the head of it, where all the smoke comes out, is carved to look like a really old dude wearing a bowler cap that can be flipped up to let the smoke out.
Very nice. I will ask Debo, what's the mouthpiece on this made out of? Just out of curiosity.
Since it's handmade, it's probably wood like the rest of it.
Gotcha. So, like, as you take this pipe, and you lift it up and you look at it, it does actually appear as if the mouthpiece is a little bit more stained than the rest of it. This is a well-used pipe. But you can add Debo's pipe to your inventory for the time being.
It is hers now. And she'll flutter out. She'll glance over at Mork.
He was not awake.
I mean, I'd imagine not. He was sleepwalking, and then Did he wake up, or did he just sleepwalk back in?
I'd say he had his eyes open for like 3 seconds at most.
Yeah, he probably just reverse blinked on the way back to bed.
Fuck you mean reverse?
You know,
Your
when
eyes
you're
are...
sleeping and you need to blink, so you open your eyes.
Man, my eyes are way too dry, way too wet right now. I really need to dry them
Exactly.
Oh my
You know,
god. You...
I've noticed Mork has been crying.
I wiped it away.
Well, I mean, your eyes are a little puffy. Like, I'll say Ivan,
I
roll
think
perception.
Mork would have taken the precautions, like prestidigitation and all that, to make it look as if he hadn't been crying.
Can I roll a perception as well?
I
Sure.
got a 6.
You can both roll perceptions, but I'll say it's a little bit harder than it normally would be because Morg is trying to hide it. I'll say, Morg, if you could roll me an Arcana check for your prestidigitation to see how well you can hide the puffiness of your eyes.
I really
Oh God, Arcana.
Oh shit. You look to Morgeros, and it doesn't look like he's been crying, but you do see that his eyes are still a little bit bloodshot. That's something that the spell can't really hide. and you get the sense that like either he's stayed up too late, or there's something in his eyes, or something of the sort is causing his eyes to be bloodshot like that.
Iva will flutter and really close to his face, kind of like observing his eyes, weaving a path towards as she places her hands on his face.
Are you sick? Oh,
No, I am.
you look really bad.
I don't look that. You know, that's actually pretty rude. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It is
hang
not
out
rude.
with
It is
ugly.
truth.
Um,
I will say
I think you're taking. Ish.
the natural reaction of the Fey magic will not impart here, but if you would like to claim that this is rudeness, you may try, Morgaros.
I just think Morgiro says that's rude to try to distract her from his eyes.
Fair enough. I was just gonna make sure that you weren't trying to impart a little bit of Fey magic, because obviously you can't curse people.
I
But
don't think Morgiros would even know how to try that.
oh, it's just earnestly claiming that someone had slighted you when they're a Fey. Is this an earnest claim of a slight, or is he just fucking with her to make her not talk about the crime?
Morgiros is trying to. It is not an earnest attempt,
Okay.
but Morgiros is trying to pressure it so that she leaves it alone.
Right. Okay, fair enough. And obviously, Iva, you can't pick up on what is an earnest and not earnest calling of rudeness. So, like, to you, being called rude, very scary, because it could lead to actual consequences. Yes.
I mean, it's just truth. Yes.
I think you're just
You-
kind of blowing out of. I'm just a little bit sleep deprived. That's all. It's not. I don't look like death warmed over.
You look very pretty, but right now you look really ugly.
Wow! Wow!
Oh, that was.
Wow! You know what, Ava? I'm gonna let you have this one. This is. He was up one finger. This is your last get out of jail free card. When it comes to making passes at my appearance, I work very hard.
Iva, as he says, I'm going to let you have this one in reference to you calling him ugly, you may impart a curse on him here as a reaction if you would like.
Really?
Yes. For what? Because he agreed to you and your Feyish words that he is ugly.
I'm gonna make his eyes uneven.
Well, it's a specific curse that I have in mind. If
Okay, go ahead.
As you say, Morgaros, and of course, Iva. This is like an optional thing, but Iva does it, so, which is really funny and great for me. So, Morgaros, as you say, I'm gonna let you have that one in reference to being called ugly by a Fey. I just want to point out that was a very bad decision. But as you do so, you do not look like your normal self in this moment. You still have this very pink hue, but you are given the face of a red hag.
We have Koger Morgaros before Debo wakes up.
You don't feel any change yet, Morgaros.
I'm gonna let you have that one. But
if anyone wants to know what a
If
red hag
you-
looks like, by the way, I'll put it in Discord for all of you. It's in general.
Okay.
if you make a pass at my appearance and call me ugly again, I will. Oh my god.
Morgaros.
I
This is
hate
pretty
you.
Morgaros.
I
What
will-
happened to your face?
Iva will smile a little bit,
Okay.
very innocently.
Okay. Bye.
Kreger's gonna lean in, just examine her. You look really ugly.
I think. Hold on. I'm gonna roll. I guess a quick deception check to see how well Morgiros hides the hurt that crosses his ugly face.
His ugly
Uh,
face.
Morgaros looks like he's fictionally taken aback by being called ugly by Kreger.
He just
He's like,
cries.
oh.
There's something on your
I will
face.
see you both in the morning. And he's gonna go turn into his tent.
It is the morning, by
It's
the
already
way.
the morning?
I will
Alright.
see you all when you have slept for the rest of your needed non-elven time.
Yes, for our viewers, by the way, because I wanted to make sure that everyone got a chance to see the infliction that's been put upon you. Let me see.
That is
Features.
that's horrifying.
Show players. So this is
And the fact is that it's very close to his actual skin tone.
yes, that's why I picked Red Hag. But this is what Morgaros currently looks like due to the effects of this curse. Morgaros, you have not felt any different. You haven't noticed any changes because it's not your hands either. It's just your face. So you haven't noticed anything wrong. Your hair is still there. You're not bald.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Does this fucker have a nose on their chest?
Wait, what?
It's just their sternum, I
mean,
believe.
It looks like a nose. I'm not
It
gonna lie. It
does.
looks
That
like a nose.
looks like a nose. Yeah.
I mean, you could do.
Do
a
I
lot with
have
those.
advantage on smelling checks?
No, because
They
you
got
don't.
some saggy
Because you don't
boobies.
have the chest. All you have is the face
And the ugly ass teeth.
and the
Are
ugly
you sure
teeth.
you're not
Yes,
gonna give him advantage on his smell checks with that fucking nose on his face too?
I'm sure. But
Got that goddamn snaz.
I will say some more time passes as you both get a little bit more sleep, and when you awaken, I assume at some point everyone has to reconvene. During
Can
this,
I play patty cakes while they're sleeping.
what do you mean by that? Yes, yes.
Would you like to play this game I learned from a child walking the street? I think it's called the patty of the cake.
Iva.
No is an
Oh.
acceptable answer as well.
It's to Iva.
Mhm.
Yes.
She'll kind of like tilt her head a bit curiously, squinting her eyes to see if it's a trick or not.
Yeah, I do like the game. How do you play?
I think we clap and then we connect our hands and then we clap again.
Do I need bigger hands?
I think it can work with any sized hand. I'm unsure. I don't know all the rules.
She'll hold up her tiny little fairy hands.
Sit down and they'll just start playing patty cakes.
It's like we are clapping, but it is two people.
Very nice. You'll love to see it. And because there's no win or loss conditions for this game, there's no ill effects to either of you. But I
I
will
will say, if you guys do not go to sleep like you should to get your long rests.
They got the
We
wrong.
got our long
It's the
rest.
morning. It is
Oh, I
literally
thought that-
like it's the ass crack of
I
dawn,
thought
but that's
this
morning.
was- Okay, you had asked to be after the Ash
Yeah.
Crack of Dawn. I said Morgaros specifically because Morgaros needs half the amount of sleep these motherfuckers do.
Yes, and the ass crack of dawn is like when the whole thing with DeBow like coming out of the tent happened.
Okay. Morgaros will you guys hear some muffled sobbing from his tent. And then Morgaros goes out to go hunt something.
Wait till he looks in a mirror. Hey, Morgaros, roll me a D100, pick higher or lower.
I hate this game.
Call higher or lower first, of course.
Lower.
Lower. Okay, that's lower. Holy shit. That is lower as a motherfucker. Holy fuck. I will say, we'll get to that in just a second. DeBow, you do wake up.
Right over here.
I will say, DeBow, I assume you're gonna get up at some point. And you can put on your clothes and everything like that as per normal as you get up. And And also, you walk out of the tent as Morgaros is off hunting. So you see Kreger and Iva, who have presumably been playing patty cake for like 7 hours. No, probably for like an hour at this point. You see both, like, Iva's hands are like red, but like Kreger's hands are like, there's just these tiny little 2 red dots in them.
I'm being gentle.
I know, but you've been doing it for a really long time. So like it builds up over time, you know?
When do we stop?
We can. We can stop whenever. Yes.
Kreger says, sad.
Dude, I just imagine Iva has been like politely trying to get the game to stop for like an hour, and it's like, okay, come on, man.
Kreger's too socially inept to understand.
Iva on the verge of tears.
And Iva can't be direct about it either, because that would like be a violation of Fae like politeness.
But she can call Morg ugly.
Well,
What are these
hey,
rules?
Morg didn't press you on it, so you didn't have any ill effect. That was Morg's choice. As per
Or
Fae
we're trying to do the
rule,
nice thing and not curse her. But fuck him, I guess.
as per Faeish rules, he had all of the grounds in the world to do it to you there, but he didn't. And then immediately upon getting an in on him, you went in on him. So yes, Morgaros got cursed because he didn't get got, so he got, you know.
Game is game.
In the Fae world,
Okay.
you either get or you get got. And
Exactly.
unfortunately, he didn't get her this time.
There is no in between for Fae at all.
But I'm just saying, the next time a creature is like, "Hey, shoot this woman," mind control. There's gonna be a little bit of Morg that's like,
Okay.
should.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, dude.
"Whatever you say, man."
Whatever you
The
say,
charisma
brother.
save is made at disadvantage.
True.
Just
Uh,
maybe I should.
but
You have a valid
maybe I
point
will.
here.
Returning to Morgaros, who's not very far away, but probably like, you know, maybe 200, 300 feet away from
I'm gonna have
camp.
to be far enough away to start hunting things.
I guess probably like 500 feet then, because like it's not that far. Like the forest is right there, right?
Mhm.
But as you're out, you do stumble across a puddle. It's this, as I've mentioned before, the water here is a bright, luminescent pink. And I assume you kind of stop for a second, maybe to get a little water. It's been a while since you last drank.
Water from a puddle? Excuse me?
There are no microorganisms that live within water in this world.
Oh, what?
Like I don't know if I've mentioned this before as well. You guys only need water like once a week. Like you do not need nearly as much.
Mention
Yeah.
this.
You do
This is
not
in the
need
rules.
nearly as much water as you do, and this is part of kind of the deep lore that no one here would know. So I'm not going to go into detail on it, but my other game actually did dive into all of the deep lore behind this. So I promise I'm not pulling this out of my ass.
You're welcome, you guys.
Yes.
I know the deep lore.
Gav does actually know the deep lore behind this. He can vouch for me that this isn't like out of my ass.
Verified.
And there has been water has not been around long enough for anything to evolve to like live in it aside from fish. So
What about whales? Do whales exist, or are there only sky whales?
there's
Yes, there's currently one walking
There's
among us.
sky
His name is
whales?
Morgaros.
yeah, they were in the bestiary that I sent. They're called stellar.
Oh,
They're called stellar behemoths.
You guys just don't read the lore, I
A
guess.
really weird way to pronounce Morgaros.
Wow. That's me.
Kreger's gonna do unimaginable damage to Morgaros'
I'm
self-confidence.
sorry. Kreger would never.
I didn't know you know vicious mockery.
On
Yeah.
God, for real. Yeah. So stellar behemoths, just to quickly clarify, they arrive from down on the or like close to the surface of the main body of Estrella, and they come up to the eye stalks and they go back down. They're one of the only creatures known to be able to survive the change in magic levels from getting closer and farther away from the mage globe.
Wait, see, I need to know.
He is.
Are they classified as like monstrosities, beasts? What are they classified as?
They would be beasts.
So what I'm hearing is,
If you're wondering for the sake of like wild shape or polymorph or anything like that, yes, they can be polymorphed into, they can be shapeshifted into, but they don't have great stats. They are not creatures made for battle. They have insane HP, but that's all they have. It takes almost nothing to pierce the skin of a stellar behemoth. Because,
What we have an easy way to fly through the sky now.
if you can fly, when you can fly.
assuming you have the CR for it, yeah. 'Cause
What
they-
is
Give
this
me that whale
stellar
CR.
behemoth?
I do think I do think they'd probably be around CR5. They have a shit ton of HP, but that's all they have. Like I think I'm not even gonna give a number for it. I don't even know how much HP they have because I haven't played one in a really long time. It's been a while.
Of a million HP.
No, but
2 million HP.
regardless, stellar behemoths travel from the body of Estrella up here to the eye stalks of Estrella, and aside from the naturally occurring water within the eye at the end of the eye stalk, they also bring water from water that is actually this kind of clearish blue, and then turns to the more natural and normal pink as it settles here. But they bring water from all the way down there up to here, and when they spout, the mist that they send into the air forms the clouds that you know above you and causes rain. That's where rainfall comes from. You've probably seen this happen once or twice because these things are massive, basically incomprehensibly large, and they surface near the sides of the eye stalk and then dip back down to the body again. And I'd say that's about as much as the lot of you would know in terms of these things. But regardless, you look over to get a drink real quick, and as you begin to lean over to the puddle, you quickly see your reflection.
Everyone hears the loud shriek that Morgiro lets out. I think Morgiros Morgiros will take some time to look at this face and make sure that it is his face in the puddle and it's not just some illusion. He like smacks the puddle a few times.
You touch your face and you can feel like the variations of bumps and grooves that make up this hideous moniker of your face.
All right. Well, I think since Morgiros had tried to be kind to Iva and not curse her, there is no more chance of that anymore. So if she's ever rude to him again, Morgiros will curse her.
Gotcha.
Um,
I will say the three of you do hear a very loud shriek from the forest.
Yeah, DeBow, having just gotten out of his tent, will just kind of put an ear to the sky and start booking it that direction, thinking something's wrong.
You start taking off. I'll say he probably hasn't noticed his pipe yet either. But you make your way out, and it's not that far of a journey. A couple of sprints get you there. And you see what appears to be a what you would recognize as a hag. You know a good amount about Fae. This is a hag wearing Morgiros' clothes.
Yeah, I immediately draw my fucking slingshot. What have you done with Morg?
You see, so this hag is crouched down over the puddle and is smacking the water. As you say, what have you done with Morg? And The hag turns and looks at you. Says, "I don't know what the fuck Iva did to me, but I just want you to know, Debo, if you ever feel the desire to kill her, you know, we can do it."
We can do it.
DeBo goes through like a mental whiplash because he's like, "Oh shit!" He said Iva. That only Morg would know that. The hag. The hag wouldn't know that off the
Mhm.
top of their mouth. And then, wait, kill? Excuse me. That's not something Morg would normally want. So you just see, you see, Brandel, his eyes like widen and just like, oh, it's him. Then they kind of narrow, just kind of.
Is it him?
He does not drop he does not drop the slingshot.
um,
What?
what?
Debo, I'm going to request that you forget you ever saw this, and he gestures to his face. I was going to request that you forget you ever saw it, and you never bring it up for the rest of the time that I live, or you actually that you live. I'll live longer than you do.
Do
He'll
you
come back from the dead.
put on makeup to cover that up?
No, I do not put on makeup to cover this up. This, and he circles the face again, is something that Iva did because I was kind to her and did not curse her. So,
Okay. I believe I'm following just a bit.
so I just want you to know, Debo, that the next time such an opportunity to fuck Iva over should occur, I will take it.
I will say, Debo, with your knowledge of Fae, you would recognize this curse. This is one of the more common ones that'll get tossed around, and typically, the way that this curse is imparted upon someone is you go, "Oh, who says what?" and then they, get caught by it. But in this case, it seems as if while Morgaros had his guard down, he was inflicted with a curse. Yeah, that's what you get from just the passive knowledge that you have of curses.
Hmm. Well, that'll be noted. Not terribly certain that's something we should be going about doing, but I understand your disgruntled status.
Hi.
I will drop the slingshot.
I'm going to go find some food for us to eat. And when Iva eats it, we shall see what happens.
So
And
on.
Morgaris is gonna go find something to watch.
You're
I
able-
took a shit in your food, Iva.
you're able to bring food back for everyone.
And Morgaris cooks it.
Fair enough.
I would say that when DeBo gets back, and he just kind of goes through the ritual of he stands in front of his tent, he reaches into his pocket, and
It's
something
not
comes in.
there. It's not
He
there.
goes back inside the tent, and he's gonna start like checking the bedding and just like going through drawers and whatnot.
You lift up your little sleeping bag. You check under it. You check around the tent, and it is well and truly gone.
I check my my stash of tobacco. That's still there?
Would I have taken the tobacco or no?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, that's gone too.
Is there any tobacco left? Like any like kind of stuff that's been left behind?
How careful was Iva with things while she had them laid out?
She probably wasn't careful at all.
There are like bits of tobacco like just left on the ground, like kind of like dust and dirt of it left behind, some crumbs and such.
I take 10 minutes to cast Clue.
Oh no! Wait,
Ah,
but she doesn't leave footprints.
Iva didn't touch anything other than, well, actually, you noticed tiny little handprints, tiny little fingerprints on all of your stuff.
You laid them out like a menagerie.
You did have to pull every single thing out and lay it out. So yes, your fingerprints are on, you don't see any footprints, but you see tiny little fairy fingerprints on everything. But you do notice something a little, something that takes you back for a second before you remember that she's kind of a shape changer, is the fact that her fingerprints constantly change. You can see them actively shifting and morphing.
A rainbow fingerprints on everything.
Yes. You can definitely
I will
tell
just
who
kinda,
these are.
like, pinch the bridge of my nose and like clench my eyes and oh, ow. That hurts. Okay. Whew. That's Brat. And he's going to turn back out of the tent. And is Morg back yet with the food?
I'd say Morgaris is cooking currently. You see his hideous mug over top of the cooking pot.
I will make my way over to Morg and I will whisper, "How can I help?"
No.
I
What?
just need you to So the thing is, I will not grant Iva permission to eat this food. So either she eats it without permission or she starves.
God damn.
And because I am
Jesus
making it, no one else can
Christ.
offer the permission either. So either I'm gonna get Iva to undo her curse, or one way or another, I'm getting get my payback.
I see. Well, let's make sure that this is the most wonderful meal that you have ever provided. And I will cast Bless on him.
Why,
Alright,
thank you.
go ahead and roll cook's utensils with bless.
Utensils. I'm gonna roll it as perception, and then a 1d4 added.
Ooh. Holy shit. Max for both dice?
Mhm. This is the best meal Morgaris has ever cooked.
It's the best meal he can cook.
Kreger's gonna look at you while they're in the tent or planning something.
Also, Krieger, take a look. I messaged you something as well. But yes, you go ahead and talk to her.
Oh, what is that over there? Just gonna point at some animal in a tree, which you would probably recognize to be a squirrel, but he has no idea what they are.
You've never seen?
I think I've seen it before, but I don't quite know what it is. Is it a rat?
Oh, it is relative of rats. It is squirrel. They do the chitter and they eat the nuts. And they dig hole.
What are fuzz nuts?
No, they eat the nuts.
They eat the nuts,
Mm.
so they eat fuzz nuts.
You would know what a fuzz nut is. A fuzz nut is a squirrel-like creature, but they are essentially fey squirrels. They are roughly about hamster size, and they do basically the same stuff that squirrels do, with the exception that these little guys, the little fuzz nuts, actually have a bit of a warp on space around them. It's
Of course they do.
You see, a single fuzz nut would be capable of causing minor illusions and are usually fond of playing tricks on hapless passerby. These are mostly harmless fae that will pull a little prank, like, making someone ugly, but they can only theirs only last for as long as you're around them. But a group of fuzz-nuts, typically called a fuzz, could technically bend the rules of reality around them.
That's concerning.
A swarm of fuzz-nuts is considered a very big threat, and that's why typically any fuzz-nut found to be mingling with more than a single one of its other species is usually like killed as a group to keep them from, basically coalescing too many. They are avid teleporters. They can kind of blink and teleport short distances, and that's why they're theorized to be able to get down to the body of Estrella, because it's assumed that they can teleport long distances in one big burst, kind of releasing all of their magic at once, allowing them to essentially depressurize as they get down to the ground and then repressurize there as well, and then come back up and so on.
Is this a fuzz nut?
No, but you do notice. No, but the mention of Fuzznut brings this to mind.
Okay.
Apparently, Kreger's heard of these before, and you would know that a very large group of Fuzznuts technically can permanently change or alter things, and some of the worst curses have come from basically a group of these creatures coming together in a giant conglomerate and deciding they want something a certain way. Also, real quick, I will send the image for all of you guys as to what a fuzznut looks like.
That's kind of terrifying sounding.
Don't send me a picture of fuzzy nuts.
Fuzznuts, very different. They're in general.
Oh, cute.
They are adorable. Though they can never be allowed to unionize. They would be too powerful.
They're like Amazon.
Exactly.
Oh.
Now I kind of want to play a true with that.
Well, guys,
unionizes.
It's been a good run, but Bezos is about to come in here and snipe this Twitch stream down.
Not Daddy Bezos.
Daddy Bezos.
And that name was said.
This is like the third time she said that.
What?
In this call or ever?
I recall.
Okay.
But yes, continue. Sorry, you can give your explanation character now if you'd like. I just wanted to go through that.
Wait, so you know what fuzznuts are, but you do not know what squallers are?
No, I've only heard of fuzznuts, and I thought those were nuts that grew on trees that were slightly hairy. So I was confused. Now that I'm just now realizing the squirrel, because that looks just like a weird furry thing. I don't really know what else to call it.
Fuzznuts are nature's.
Nature is weird.
Nature is weird.
She'll give like a brief explanation about fuzznuts from your explanation, Zed.
Mm-hmm.
But she'll clarify on top.
Well, fuzznuts are like these. Those squirrels, except one is okay, but many are really, really, really bad. Well, not for me. Maybe for everyone else.
Why?
Yeah.
Like,
They
if
like
you
doing
explain.
fun.
Oh,
They like doing tricks and having fun and doing curses and seeing reactions. It is just part of living. And if there are too many of them, sometimes it is not good.
The understatement of a century.
I see. Very well. Oh. Thank you. I will ask a lot more stupid questions. I don't really understand nature. The only thing I think I know of are birds and ox.
Her eyes will brighten a bit, quite excitedly.
Yeah, if you want to know anything about animals, I can very, very, very much show you.
Wonderful. So,
Thank you. That's it. That's it.
Gotcha.
Gee, thanks.
I just want to make sure I wasn't stepping on anyone's toes. But
Yeah, you're good.
as you two are kind of talking and convening over this, you finish the last of making the food. And Morgaris, are you kind of doling it out to everyone?
Hmm. Based on what Morgiros knows of Fey trappings, would doling out a bowl of stew be considered permission to eat it?
Not at all. You need explicit verbal permission.
Alright, then Morgiros will like get the bowls and dole them out to everyone and hand them out, smiling with his ugly face.
It's kind of a sharp-toothed grin.
Brandel takes the time to arrange them in a satisfying way. Like if there's any like garnish that we have, he'll like put a little pattern on it and just make it to where it looks really nice, especially somebody's, somebody in particular.
Yeah, I gotcha. I will say, as these are all laid out, what do you do,
I
Iva?
would say that actually the nat 20 isn't from how good the stew is. It is made specifically to be irresistible to
Oh,
Iva.
I know. I know. Don't worry. I got you, brother.
The rest is basic ass stew, but Iva's is specifically really good.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. So, Iva, what are you doing as you see this stew? I would like to clarify. It looks divine. Like your mouth starts to water just from the sight of it.
Her mouth is watering. Her belly's grumbling. She hasn't eaten last night, especially after the battle.
Mm-hmm.
And she flutters over, her nose twitching at it.
It smells so good.
It is really good. I agree.
You really made this?
Yes, I had some help from DeBow. He has a way with spices. I don't.
She'll lean down and she like opens her mouth about to put a spoon in, and she'll kind of pause.
Ah, can I eat it?
I don't know.
She was gonna continue to put her spoon in her mouth, but then like right at her lips, she kind of almost spits it out.
Huh?
I don't know.
What do you mean you do not know?
Well, Ava, do you see my face right now?
Yeah, it's really, really funny.
Incredibly hilarious. But you see, Ava, I don't like looking like this.
Why? I mean, it is still your skin. You just look a little different.
Because not all of us can change our appearance as you do, and I take great pride in my appearance. I would appreciate it if you would lift the curse from my appearance, so I can be my pretty self again.
But beauty, vanity is the death of beauty. Maybe you need to be in the skin a bit more to appreciate your face.
Perhaps, and maybe you just need to sit here and look at the stew without eating it to really appreciate it.
She closes her mouth forming a tight line as she looks down at the stew. She'll have like a standoff as like thoughts burrow through her head.
What, you do not like the trick? It is just game. It is just joke. Just very, very funny.
Yes, I agree it's very funny, but you see, I had tried to be kind, and you had taken advantage of that, Iva, for the second time.
Does Morgaris actually think it's funny?
No.
Iva, you can make him think it's funny.
Can't she only do one curse at a time?
I guess technically, yeah. At least for the time being, it would only be one at a time. But you get the sense that if you wanted to, there's a little bit of an out here where you can make him think it was funny, and you could drop the first curse while keeping this one going to keep him from fucking garroting you.
Mm,
But if you
Okay.
don't want to take that opportunity, you don't have to.
Okay, well, if you want to be more happy, more friendly, I think it would be very good if you're very, very funny.
she'll take the opportunity.
Okay. Morgaris, your face switches back, and you know what? That was actually pretty funny.
You know what? That was a really good joke.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, that's a really good joke. I think
This motherfucker is juggling curses like a madman.
I'm trying to think
Hold on, more.
because I think
there's just one last thing. There's one more thing that just isn't that funny, and that was rooting through my things, Ava.
How do you know it was me and not just some animal? Your tent was wide open.
Where my tent's covered in rainbow fingerprints.
Mm.
Iva,
Oh, yeah. Hmm.
Iva, you've been caught. Bo. There's a reactionary curse which you can impart. Technically, not really you, because you're not casting fate magics here. But
I mean
essentially, depending on how
Morgaros, if he knows that he can do it, Morgaros would do it.
well
Would on DeBo's behalf
Well,
say that's
you-
pretty fucking rude.
you can't, sadly, because this is
Dang it.
DeBo's personal items. Essentially, DeBo, you get the sense that you could impart a retribution against our dear Iva for the slight of stealing one of your items and then having the gall to suggest that it wasn't her.
Lovely. And when I do this, what is when does it end? Is it whenever I say, whenever they apologize? What's the end?
You can drop it at any time.
Okay, cool. I do it.
There are more conditions to drop it, but fair enough. Yeah, I was gonna say it stops whenever you want it to stop. It also would stop if you died, and then it would also stop if the person returned your item plus gold equal to the value of the item. And that does include sentimental value as well. Which is the only way that they can end it outside of killing you. Regardless of that, Iva, you feel a bit of a sting in your hands as you watch they swell to about the size of your torso each, and they are bright red.
Oh no.
You cannot change this out of your form, and no matter what form you take, these hands will stay the same.
You see she tries to shift parts of her body, but her hands stay the same. And she kind of looks down in dismay, furrowing her brows.
Ah,
That's pretty funny.
Karma.
why you do this? Why you curse me? Do you not think it is fun to share your things?
No.
Hmm.
I think we all need
You
to
may
take
continue
a deep,
now, Morg. I'm done.
I think we all need to take a very deep breath here and let's enjoy a meal together because we're about to go fight bandits. And I think the last thing that we need to do is be fighting each other.
I will ask Kreger, is there any reaction from you as you see these like curses and retributions kind of being tossed around? I mean, at least to some degree, I imagine this must feel a little frightening for you. This was kind of the main port of punishment for most of your life.
I don't think curses should be used so lightly. They were used to punish minors back in the day. And right now, I don't think any of you are being painted in a very good light. We all make mistakes, but let's not treat each other like prisoners, the others as Fae. We're about to fight some bandits after all, and I think it would work very well as if everyone was united. After all, people lost their eyes. I think right now we should, not lose focus of who we have around us.
Kreger, inspiration for being the only reasonable adult in the group.
Everyone else is just petty.
Everyone else is petty children at the current moment, yes.
Hey, that's like Morkiros has flaws. That's all I can say.
What?
Iva's antennas will lower down a little bit as she flutters about, clapping her puffed up hands together.
They're kind of like dragging down your arms. Like they're heavy. So like you're kind of flying with your arms like out in front of you and you're like leaned a little bit too forward than what you're used to. It's not a great time.
She leans down, leans over the soup, like balancing the spoon in her hand, just looking sadly down at the soup.
It's starting
Then
to
she
get
looks-
cold.
Then she looks up at the bow and
Morg, well, I play trick because I think you guys are very fun. I like you. I like your face. I like what you do. I like your things. And maybe one day I want to be like you. It is fun seeing your reaction and having your thing.
That's a very sweet sentiment, Iva. But
Hmm.
because I like you, I don't play tricks on you.
I think that is just a very different perspective.
I agree. I think we have two very different perspectives. We grew up incredibly differently. And because of what Kreger had mentioned earlier, I haven't cursed you because, I mean, I grew up during the prelude to the war. I know I don't have it, I don't understand quite how bad Kreger has it, but I saw some things, and curses aren't to be taken lightly.
Agreed.
Hmm.
But sometimes, Iva, you make me want to do incredibly irrational things, even if they're super funny.
Ah, but that would be more fun. Everyone could let loose and be exciting and do so much. It would be so cool to see you and all of your emotions. It is how I study people. I think it would be really fun to,
I'm
be
gonna-
like you one day.
Mercury's gonna put like a hand on Ivor's shoulder. I genuinely do hope that you do not see me in all of my emotions. Because some of them are incredibly unhealthy and they're not very kind to see. And I hope that you do not have to come across it.
But that is the beauty of it. The ugly, the good, the bad. It's all very cool.
Perhaps, but I've done some things I'm ashamed of, and I don't want.
And what are those things?
she cries.
You see, Morgiros kind of looks off into the distant, and his eyes kind of unfocus for a second. Just
Mor-
things I've done.
Morgos, can you roll me a wisdom save as you think for a sec?
Wisdom saving throw. Is it against a charm effect?
No.
Oh, I had
It-
to ask.
It would be frightened if you had that. But with a 7, there's this kind of grim air that comes over Morgaros's face. And Morgaros, could you recount to me one of the stories that sticks in your mind of something horrible you had to do? It's the one that comes to your mind in this moment.
During the war, this was recently, this was after one of the worst losses of Morgaros's life.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what he thinks about. This is in the aftermath of that. On his next stationing, where Morgaros was supposed to watch over a little town, kind of out in the boonies, a little bit away from the war, in like a safe positioning for like some new recruits to kind of, be stationed at. And Morgiros had to kill a family of shapeshifters because they were spying for the other side. And he is commander at the time, commanding officer, he looked at Morgiros with a bad light because Morgiros was part Fae, and so he had ordered Morgiros to kind of carry out this execution. And Morgiros did it. And I think as Morgiros is like in the memory, his skin isn't pink. It is the yellow green of summer. And as he's thinking about it, he remembers how incredibly angry he was all the time during his summer form. And how he had swapped from depression to anger fairly quickly, and he regrets that he had let his emotions control him so much. So he keeps the memory is one of intense regret and the fact that he cannot let his emotions, like Iva wants to see all of them, he cannot let that happen. He cannot do it.
Do you remember during the order whether or not he felt, maybe not anger towards the family, but just anger in the act of killing them?
I think in the moment, Morgiros was just blindly angry. And the anger was directed at pretty much anyone
That guy
and
knows.
everyone. He was angry at his father, he was angry at the Fae, he was angry at his commanding officer, his people he worked with. It was just a bunch. He had a very short temper during this time, and it was not. He wasn't a good guy.
And you kind of remember these splotches of red throughout this exchange where obviously it was bloody and visceral and mean.
And I do think that Morgiros did not kill them with a bow and an arrow.
Yeah,
He
it wouldn't have
killed them with
worked.
a sword.
It wouldn't have worked because you were in their house. And it wasn't until the next day when you were heading back to the barracks that what you had done had really set in with you. You kind of had internalized it until you passed by the home, barricaded off and burning, as is the Jade Onyx's orders for whenever a Fae is found to have contaminated a place. You would have seen the building burning to the ground and into cinder and ash. And that's, I think, when the vast majority of the weight of what you had done had hit you. But we return to the current moment, just after you had told Iva that she doesn't want to know the extent of your emotion.
And I think, like, as he's thinking of this memory, depending on how close I was paying attention, she does see his eyes turn a bright yellow, as he's remembering the emotions that he was feeling during that time before it turns back to pink.
And in that flash of yellow, you could swear just for a moment you see the flickering of a flame, but it's gone.
there are some things I have done that I am not proud of and that I regret.
Mm,
Suffice it to say, I have a not not everything is abstractly beautiful in an ugly way. Some things are just ugly.
He has a
well,
point.
it's very sad you see it that way.
I do think it is a little sad, but mainly I just feel sorrow for those who had to deal with me during that time.
Mm. Well, I think emotions are freedom. And I wish that more people on this side of the world could experience things like that. Mm. Speaking of other side of wall, the bowl.
Yeah.
She'll put her hands on her cheeks and kind of smile slyly as she stares at him.
They cover the full sides
Yeah,
of her
the
heads.
Fucking flap.
Like you can barely see her face between the two hands.
Just two walls of meat and a sly smile between them.
Oh,
So for someone who does not like Vay very much, you didn't tell us that you had a Vay friend.
DeBo's well known to take his time in his responses, but you'd see he just kind of stares for a moment. You can see his eyes looking straight forward, no darting, no looking to the side, just staring. Undoubtedly thinking of the numerous different ways he could respond to that. Why, yes, I have a couple at this camp. Your point.
Pull at this camp. Well, I mean, another woman. A soft voice that calls to you in the night. Don't tell me you're being haunted by ghosts.
Why, I must say I was not certain that you would be able to hear that.
Mm.
You could count me surprised.
So what was it?
I'm not sure.
Mm. How are you not sure? The voice even talked about us. So it does include
did?
us.
You heard that too? Thought I was having a dream.
Yeah. The voice was talking about something with fates and about each of us and how we can help with the bull's mission or plan.
I don't know if any of those words really fit the bill, so to speak.
Did you say feet?
hit the bill.
Fit the bill.
Feet the
No.
bill.
I would say, for lack of terms, there is no planning or really any understanding of what I'm doing. It's an obsession of sorts.
An obsession? What kind of obsession?
I can't.
And why exactly do you want to know so bad?
I'm sure everyone wants to know very much.
I just can't get the vision of Iva with her giant meaty
Giant fucking
hands
hands.
against her face during this conversation. It is killing me.
Slams them down on the table. Tell us now.
Don't make me use these meat mitts.
Just
Big
flies at me.
meaty claws.
Perhaps it's something that you are unfamiliar with, but here on this side of the wall, there is a word that we use pretty frequently, actually.
Hmm, what
Personal.
was that? Personal.
It's personal. Personal business. Personal
Wha-
business I don't wish to share with you at this moment.
But we are friends. Don't friends share all kinds of personal secrets and fun and things? And oh, good.
Where if we share all of our things, don't you think good friends would ask before borrowing?
I did not want to wake you. I think that would be more rude. Would it not be?
Well, in the
Mm.
future, just wake me. And I'll hold out my hand for my pipe.
I want to point out this pipe is like not small to Iva. Like it's like
It's like a goddamn tuba to her.
yeah, exactly. Like it's on her back this entire time. Like, you could
I don't
see
know
it.
what you're talking about.
Right over her shoulder. I don't know what you're talking
And like,
about.
how much
It must have been
tobacco?
a squirrel.
How much tobacco did you have?
Enough to fill a pocket or two.
There's an entire bag of fucking tobacco wrapped around her.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do I get the opportunity to put another curse on her?
You don't return the pipe.
No.
Craig is gonna look at Iva with like, come on, what did you just talk about?
Debo, you. I'll give you the opportunity here to roll a let's say Arcana to see if you can't put a second curse on her.
Do I have advantage on this?
Yes, you
damn
do.
it.
You do have advantage on it because it's a magical effect.
I got a nat 20.
Oh,
Oh my
no.
God!
Oh, yeah.
So, Iva, you
Would I be able to? I would never got a clear answer on that.
would you be able to what, sir?
Would I be able to do another curse?
Technically, yes. What really is happening here, though, is that the first one is intensifying on top of
I see.
itself. So,
I am merely going to mention that I could do that.
oh,
I'd hate for those hands to get any larger.
okay. Iva, you get the sense that for as long as you don't return it, there's an opportunity for this curse to be worsened on you. It kind of a return the slab moment. But you would know that with this curse, if it is imparted on you in its more severe form, your hands would start growing by the hour until you slowly became one giant red hand.
I will kind of furrow her brows.
Maybe it would just be like. Oh, maybe I could just play more patty cake with Gregor. Better.
She pauses for a while, kind of furrowing her brows and pursing her lips before reaching her big meaty hands onto her back and like fumbling over the pipe.
Mhm.
Instead, she'll just turn face her back towards the bow so he could retrieve his pipe from the back of her shirt.
I will do so.
You
All right.
retrieve the item. and the tobacco. Um, oh God. Um, okay. Look, I'm gonna keep it level with you here. I am playing to the rules of Fey that I have written down. Even though it's a stolen item that you're taking back, you did take it back without verbal permission. So, Iva, you get a chance for a curse here of your choosing
Oh
this
my
time.
god! Please let us not keep this going in a.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. None of you are careful, and I want to make the point that if this was an NPC, they would be demolishing you right now. They'd be hitting you with
He's
everything
just-
in the book.
He's just giving us a little training manual before
Training
we
section.
go into where you kind of like some other fake creature who's like, oh, here's some food.
Yeah, like,
And like raises an eyebrow suspiciously. Do you want some?
yeah, exactly. Like, if this was a real Fae, they could hit you with one of these curses and then beat you to death while you were like disabled via it. So, I mean, yeah, Iva, do you choose to curse him here?
She'll give him a side-eyed glance and then glance over at Morg. For the first time, she'll keep her mouth shut.
Fair enough. DeBo, you get kind of this sense that she could have gone for it there. It's kind of this. I say you pick it up because of your innate knowledge of Fae. It's kind of that. Whenever you make like a little mistake and you go, "Oh wait," yeah, that's kind of what happens to you, and then you realize she didn't use it against you. In this moment, as you take your tobacco and your pipe back, go ahead and remove that from your inventory, Iva. DeBo, you can add those back.
Bye, pipe. I didn't even get to smoke it.
Damn,
Womp womp.
you could always ask, but.
How is she gonna? She's gonna have to set it on a table.
Yeah, and then she's gonna have to she's gonna have to shape change her mouth to be large enough to fit on the mouthpiece. I need a drawing of that where it's like the SpongeBob like stretching out the body in order to fit the. Oh my god.
Morgaros will prestidigitate the stew to be warmer, and then we'll just say to Iva, yeah, you should eat some stew. You can eat some stew.
There you go.
She'll look up at him, eyes kind of wide. Ah, finally a stew.
It's a natural
Well,
20.
you need your hands.
That she does. I'll
She's
put the
fumbling
pipe
with
in
the
my
spoon.
mouth. Much obliged, yeah. And I will drop it.
And your hands return to normal with a balloon deflating noise as they slowly turn back to their normal size. And you're. Thank you, Tabo. What would we do without you? But I will say, as you take a bite of your natural 20 stew, you gain an inspiration, Iva. And that is where we will come back after the break. We can reconvene. Let me see. At the
Time for memes.
yes, we can reconvene at the 15. So
Okay.
7:15 for me, whatever that time is for you. You know the deal.
All right.
Alrighty, awesome. Gonna go pee.
Right back.
No. That one's not supposed to be there. That's my template.
These memes are quite good.
Thank you.
I have to say the horrors of war is quite true because I do have it in Morgios's personality traits or whatever. That he has the what is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I'm haunted by memories of war.
Ah, yes, yes.
So that's literally what I was like the look I was going for was that soldier looking off into the distance.
Doopa-doopa-doo. I think I'm gonna get a refill of juice.
What kind of juice?
Uh, juice that used to be water. Magic juice.
Like what?
Magic juice.
Man, okay. You've confused me.
What are you confused about?
Juice that used to be water.
Mhm.
Like a packet?
Yeah, that's what I said. Magic juice.
For some reason, I thought you just looked at your like I thought you had
I think I
fermented
fucking
your water into some kind of juice, and I was like, what are you drinking? How did you
just
ferment
fucking
water?
water into wine, Jesus ass over here.
Yeah. I was
Alright,
like,
I'm gonna.
What is the process of fermenting water into
Yeah,
juice?
how would you ferment water?
That's why I
Just
was
like
confused.
stagnant puddle juice.
Yes, I was like, okay,
Alright, I'm getting my juice.
okay.
Gotta get my Twinkie. Ah. Ow! God damn it! I just slammed my door on my foot.
That sounds extremely painful.
I am in pain. Hello.
Hello.
I thought for
Ah.
a moment I just said hello to no one and I got very anxious.
I know. I was thinking, I thought you could hear me earlier, but whatever. I heard you hit your foot on the door.
Yeah. Were you
And the,
entertained by my suffering?
a little bit, and the fact that you had said, "Ow, I just hit my foot on the door."
Well,
I thought you could hear me, so I had responded to you, but you didn't, apparently.
so I made the mistake of leaving my mic unmuted, and I have a headset attached to it, so I can't hear you unless this headset's on. But I realized that I left my mic unmuted, so when I slammed my fucking door on my foot, I decided that I should probably tell you what happened before I sat down so that you knew I didn't kill myself. It has been 2 hours of the D&D session, and we have yet to leave camp.
I know this is what roleplay does, you motherfucker.
It is.
It's good roleplay though. I think
Tis.
it's incredibly important for. So I think we kind of gotta, one way or another, let Iva know just how dangerous it would be for her to do this. To like, it's dangerous for us to leave the opportunity out for Faye, but it's dangerous for Iva to do it in the first place.
Hello, everyone. I am back now with some caramel apple cider bundt cake.
Congratulations. We
You're welcome.
definitely, and I mean, we definitely were not talking about balls again. You don't have to go back and check that out.
I swear to God. If I go
There is
back,
a 0% chance that we were talking about balls.
Balls. Well, now there's not.
Zed, I raise
Mhm.
you your bundt cake with my concrete mix.
What?
Greek yogurt and protein powder.
Ew.
Oh my
I
God.
thought it was a dessert mix. No, no.
No,
I
it
thought
is
it was actual
straight-
concrete.
It is
Yeah.
a straight. This is. I mean, honestly, this is pretty much straight concrete.
Mm.
Are you going to the gym after this? or
Yes.
is this
No.
pro-
This is like the end of the day. Like on a rest day, I need to. This is pain, is what this is.
Mm. Well, you know, you're in pain. I'm in heaven right now. This is
Oh,
because it's accompanied with some of the best cookies I've ever had. They're really good chocolate chip cookies.
Ooh, chocolate
that
chips
sounds
is
good.
vibe.
And yeah, it's caramel. It's caramel apple cider, so it has like a bit of the spiced apple flavor to it as well.
Ooh.
It just have a hint of salt in it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
From the caramel.
oh,
Salted caramel.
And then it's bundt cake, so it's like one of the softest cakes ever.
no. Let's have this. What is the best ice cream flavor?
Oh goddamn! Oh, I have to look at
In
the
my
memes.
personal opinion, I will say salted caramel.
I agree with Morg.
The best ice cream flavor is a very specific one that I cannot find anymore because I believe it's discontinued. But it was cinnamon toast crunch ice cream because they
I've
had
had that.
Oh, it's
custom
pretty
made.
good.
Yeah, they had like custom made like cinnamon toast crunch pieces because they weren't like the regular ones. They were made to be softer, so like you could eat it in cereal without like cutting the roof of your mouth. It was really good.
Yeah, they made it less lethal.
True.
Very L. Personally, I don't think. I think it would be hard to have a favorite. There's a lot of good ones. I like to change things up.
Fair enough. Top 3 then.
Let's see. You can never go wrong with any variety of cookie dough ice cream. I think.
You cannot.
Correct.
There's honestly, it's pretty hard to find a good like fruit flavored ice cream, but I think
True.
the orange and cream is probably pretty up there when it comes to fruit flavored ice creams.
I think for fruit, I like orange sherbet best.
That point, you're best like trusting like gelato or something like that with fruit.
I
Where
really-
you want to.
yeah.
That's where you want to trust with fruit flavored.
I
But
really enjoy gelato actually. Me, and Z and our friend had gone to what is it? Sorry, I'm thinking. Give me a second.
What no one was rushing you, son of a bitch. What the fuck?
You made a noise.
I'm looking at the
We got to
memes.
Las Vegas,
Oh shit! the
and
memes.
she had ordered this like lemon gelato, and she tasted. She's like, "That's so sour. I don't like it." And I was like, "It's pretty good. I like it a lot actually, because I enjoy lemon flavored things."
Lemons
And
a
she's like,
lot.
"How can you even eat that?" I was like, "It's really good." It did make my mouth hurt a little bit though, because of how intense the flavor was after. Like, I got a bowl of it,
I thought it was pretty good.
and she had gotten a bowl of it as well, but she didn't like it, and so she like swapped hers out with Z's or something.
Yeah, because
Um,
I either had banana or watermelon. I can't remember which. I love bananas and I love watermelon.
I think it was banana,
I think it was banana. Yeah, I love banana.
but I had like 2 cups of this lemon gelato. At the end of my mouth, was like, tastes a little irony.
I
Oh.
I do think that like for me, that like I only like banana if it's like artificially flavored. Because if you're using like normal modern bananas, they don't taste like the old bananas did. You know,
So gross.
Mhm. Yes, because it's a different breed of banana.
a different breed of banana. That is true. I like the older breed of banana. I thought they were peak.
Fun fact, even though the bananas are like considered extinct because of the Panama disease,
Mhm.
there's some people in Hawaii that still grow them.
I gotta get one.
I know.
Unfortunately, you will have to heist a small family in Hawaii
Yeah, there was-
to get them.
There was also.
I
like,
could probably
there was
just
reports
buy
that
them
there
off
was
of
a
them,
certain
dude.
Type of. It turns out there's mango trees that were imported to Florida a while back during the when the U.S. colonized the Philippines. There was a specific type of mango tree that was imported, and now it is illegal to import that mango tree. However, there's a lot of these, like, you can purchase trees, and there's still a market for that. Yeah, the banana shit is completely believable too. Like that, I'm pretty sure there's also a way that you could find someone and buy those trees too, though.
I mean,
Granted, I don't think importing them's easy anymore. So there might be some fucker in the U.S. that has had them imported before.
there's almost nothing I wouldn't do in order to get my hands on those bananas and then make a milkshake out of them. Like,
I
dude,
love banana milkshakes. I love
know.
banana milk.
I love
Banana milk so
milkshakes.
good. Ah!
Ah!
Banana over banana, the flavor of banana overpowering every other fruit in the milkshake.
It's so good.
I love banana.
I love Korean banana milk, especially when you go to the hot spring or like the sauna, and then you're just sitting in like hot boiling water, just
You're
sipping
saying
cold banana milk.
you're saying banana milk. Is that
Yeah.
different from a banana milkshake? I've never heard of banana milk before.
Yeah, let me look it up. There's
Shit, I need that.
Show
it's
me
so
the tit
good.
on a banana.
Show me the tit on a banana.
You just stroke it.
What?
Oh
No.
Hey,
no.
okay.
Why are we
No.
stroking bananas here, Toki?
Get the
Okay,
banana milk.
that's going in a short.
That's
Ah,
that's
someone, someone put that in the quote channel again.
yeah. Can we
I'm-
get
I'm-
that?
Stroke the banana.
I'm writing down the timestamp right now to make this.
No.
This is the clip that is going out tonight.
No.
Yeah, Numzu, I'm with you. I don't know what the fuck what banana milk is either. Like, is this a real thing, or is Toki gaslighting me here?
No.
Okay, I know
it's
you were worried about being known as
Bear
Bear
snarl
girl.
girl.
Barrel Snarl Girl, but I think Banana Girl might now be the thing.
No.
I don't think that's what you think it means. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think that means what you think it means.
What
Okay.
is banana girl?
What the fuck
Okay.
is a banana girl?
Now I'm worried. Now I
Okay,
am very
okay.
worried.
Cracker.
Actually.
Question.
Does Cracker know something I don't?
Question.
No, I'm just assuming
Question.
something.
Where do you get those drinks? Can you only buy them in Korea, or can I find that at like an H Mart? Because I need
You
those.
can find it at H Mart. Yeah, you can find it in H Mart.
I need it. I
Yeah.
need it.
Asian markets, H Marts. They're really good. I love them.
They remind me of these like little like boxed teas that I would get for a while. They're like boxed sweet teas from Asia.
Ooh,
They were really
yeah.
good.
Really good. Like the chrysanthemum teas in the box.
Mm. All right. I think we've fucked around enough. We need to. Oh, there's a recipe for banana milk. What does it need? Hold on.
He's distracted. He wants bananas.
Did you know-
banana, white sugar, vanilla extract, and milk. That's actually really easy.
Yeah.
Did you know that cockroaches produce a very calorie?
And we're
What
moving
are you,
on.
Cockroach milk.
Ew.
Cockroach milk is in
Ew.
fact
It is real.
No.
It is
No.
real. Not only is it real, but it is so healthy and so like full of nutrients, but it's also very calorie like it's heavy because they need to nurture their or feed their young with it, so they produce like only a few drops to feed their young. However,
Can you imagine being a cockroach milker?
Ew.
no, I feel like we're going to approach that reality at one point, and someone's going to be selling cockroach milk.
Brother.
Speaking of which,
To
I just
repeat
bought
a joke
30 plastic roaches, and I'm gonna have them on my
Oh,
dashboard.
thank
I'm gonna
God.
have them on the inside of your sun protector. I'm gonna put a roach inside in the passenger seat, and the next person who lowers that is gonna have a plastic roach drop on their lap, just so I can watch them
Oh my
fucking
god.
panic, just fucking
I
panic.
I have a genuine phobia of cockroaches, and if you did that, I think off the rip I'm just punching you in the face, like full send. Like I would not be able to help it because it would be an immediate fight or flight, and I'd be in a car, so it's just fight.
Kreger, you lived in the Philippines, right?
Very much so. I've always
Yeah.
lived in humid climates, so I've always had to deal with flying
The-
cockroaches.
Yes. In Philippines,
Mhm.
I got my first fear of cockroaches when I was little, laying down. We accidentally left like the wooden shutters open,
Oh no.
and I heard what sounded like a helicopter flying through the air, and something smack above me on the wall and fall into my bed.
Oh God.
No.
And it
I'll
was
raise-
flipping and moving everywhere. And the cockroaches, some of the cockroaches in Philippines will bite you, and the bites will get very infected.
Yeah, they do
Mhm.
bite. I will. I'll raise you.
Oh.
I'll raise you. I'll raise you a shittier cockroach experience. This was a month before I had moved there, and I don't know. We were in this rental home or whatnot because we were fucking moving, and I was playing on my PC, minding my own business, and from the kitty litter, I heard a buzzing noise, and a cockroach flew at my head
Ooh.
from the kitty litter, and it hit me in the face, and I swatted it to my computer, and then I looked down, and it was fucking gone. I sold the computer the next day. I was like, "Fuck it, I'm moving." It's not. It can have it now.
I will raise you an even shittier cockroach experience. I was about 7 years old, 6 or 7 years old when this happened. I was still learning to tie my shoes at the time because I had a little bit of a rough upbringing, right? And so one day I'm going to go put on my shoes because I think we're about to like go to the store or something. And I reached down, I grabbed my shoes, and I had actually, because my grandmother had basically reinforced this into me that like, oh, check your shoes for bugs and scorpions and spiders and stuff before you put them on, right? So of course I check my shoes, and I check my right shoe, and as I grab onto the sole to pull it back and look in, a cockroach immediately crawls out of the shoe onto my hand and bites me, and I flung it so hard into the wall that it crushed itself on impact, and I cried for like 6 hours straight. I was petrified. That shit
Moral, do you
destroyed me.
have a worse cockroach experience, or is this tangent done?
I don't have a cockroach experience.
Okay.
You better-
I
Tangent
think we've
is
hit
done.
the end of the road here.
You better
Tangent over.
you better thank God for every day that you don't have to have a cockroach experience. I swear.
I do.
But regardless of that, we're gonna start back up.
Wait. Before we do, I have one last fact about roaches. If
Oh,
you see
God.
one in person, there's
No.
100 more in your walls. Good luck.
It-
All
it's-
right, we're good now.
It's
Well,
it's
also-
actually closer to
So
1,000,
why?
but yes.
Also, earlier, Felix when you said that you had bought 100 cockroaches,
30.
30.
30.
I thought you were gonna say cockroach milk, and I was gonna throw myself out the window.
I thought you were gonna say cockroaches to milk.
Show me the tit on a
On a
cockroach.
cockroach.
All right,
No,
let's get back
you
into this. It's time for
Casually
Dungeons and
hides
Dragons.
my casually hides my jug of cockroach milk. All right, I'm ready to start.
Hey, yeah, all right. Starting back up after that fucking horrible side tangent. What would you guys like to do? It's about early morning of the second day you've been on the road. Currently, calendar wise, we are talking the 61st of Shine.
Do like me some Chinese kids working at my factory. All right.
What?
What? Hold
What?
on. Whoa.
What?
Where did that come from?
Shine? Isn't that like a Chinese clothing app too?
You mean
No, am I-
Sheen?
Oh shit! You miss 100% of the jokes you don't make, and in some cases, you miss 100% of the jokes you do make. Anyways, sorry. Continue.
That was incomprehensible, dude. Without the further context of you mean Sheen, that means nothing what you just said. You would be thrown in an asylum for that.
Do we need to get
Sheen?
another
I always thought it was
timestamp
Shine.
stamp for this?
I wrote it
No,
down.
please. Fuck.
Dude, I have a huge list of timestamps sitting in front of me right now, and I'm gonna go back and check each of them, and like so many of these are becoming shorts just to like fuck with you guys.
But
Oh.
you're gonna skip
Yes.
over the break, right? Because we didn't talk about balls, so there's nothing to go back for.
I put a timestamp specifically for the middle of the break to check it.
God damn it!
Played us like a
I mean,
goddamn fiddle.
there won't be any balls there
Nah.
though. So
Nah, it's spelled Shein. That is shine. I don't know. Sheen. Shine.
That-
Oh, fuck it.
It would
It's
be so funny if I go back and it's just DeBo saying, "Hey Zed, I told you there wouldn't be any talk of balls here," and he like totally
that would
gets
be
me.
really clever.
That would destroy my
Oh
psyche.
my gosh. You should have done that.
I should have done that instead
Go
of
back in time real
not
quick.
talking
Victor.
about balls. Instead of not talking about balls, that's what I should have done.
Like the worst part would be I wouldn't even be able to get content out of that because like it would be just like a personal mind fuck for just me. Regardless of that, yes. What are you guys doing? As you, I assume, start breaking down camp.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, do we wait? By the way, where the fuck did we get these tents from?
We just
Remember,
have-
there
I
is
assumed
a-
that you had them.
Oh, I was gonna say there's an in-universe explanation, which is
Oh.
that the druids. Remember, Z, you had set this up a little bit ago.
Oh, yes, the druids left the
These
tents.
druids just make these camps for no. They just make
No.
these camps. They have tents here in case any like wayward adventurers
that-
come
that-
by.
That's in the northern forest. You are to the south right now, but you do bring up a good point, which is that you brought the tents from that little setup with you.
Oh,
We
cool,
did not
stole
take
the
those
tents.
tents, actually. Morgarius was going to, but then I think
Did-
someone
Okay.
had guilt tripped me
I-
IRL about that,
Then-
and I was like,
all right,
I'm not gonna do this.
then I guess what must have happened then is that Kreger slept on the ground, and the
Well, actually,
Yep.
we got them from my dad. That's what happened.
and Kreger slept on the
Dangerous
ground.
Beans is
Gotcha.
just pretending
Gregor would
to
have
be
slept.
tense for
Gregor
all
would
of
have
us.
slept on the
I
ground.
mean, we could share tents.
What would you say about Dangerous
No.
Beans?
Dangerous Beans is just pretending to be tense for all of us.
Oh, I actually really like that. Are you guys good with that?
Ooh,
I can live with that, I suppose. But I don't want Dangerous Beans possibly have gotten hurt in that fight when that thing was like in the tents. I don't want Dangerous Beans in danger. Are you crazy here?
Well,
Slash
to,
tents
to, be,
doesn't sound fun.
to be fair, he is still with Phaneros, so Dangerous Beans is sadly not here, but in spirit, he's our tents.
In spirit, we just draw the faces on the sides.
his face becomes a holy symbol. All right, so you guys are heading down south now.
Yeah.
yeah, a day will pass uneventfully here. So if anyone would like to talk or roleplay or anything during this time, well, actually, I will say, someone roll me a D100.
I'll do it.
Damn. Okay. Well, if this dooms you
High,
to a horrible
high,
fate,
high or low?
doesn't matter. It's the
Oh
number
my
on the die that'll
God.
matter.
Oh, that's a D0. Sorry.
The world ends instantaneously.
I thought I was forgetting something, but I was looking at it. I was like, what the
You
fuck?
know what? Morgaros, that's better than a 54, but worse than a 56.
I need new glasses,
Thank you,
my
Craig.
guys. I need new glasses.
Very astute observation, Mr. Barbarian. You get a cookie.
I thank you. Is it salted? A little bit
Where
of
did
salt
this
on that
cookie come
chocolate chip?
from?
I will not question where this cookie came from, but I will consume it.
A little bit of sea salt, yes.
Perfect.
As you're moving,
Where did they get the sea salt from?
can I get everyone aside from Iva to roll me a dexterity saving throw?
Why not Iva?
Is this a trap?
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say there's something on the road and she's flying.
Maybe it's a rickety bridge.
Is
Oh
that
my gosh,
is
the
this
rickety bridge.
I got a
Is that-
13 total.
13.
is this something I would get my danger sense on?
Correct. You would get danger sense on this.
So I have an advantage on this saving throw.
Correct.
Okay,
I
just
got
confirm.
22.
Why the fuck are you guys spamming markers on the map?
It's funny.
Try-
Very nice.
We tried to
Everyone.
attack each other with the markers.
Oh, that's what this is about? I literally just saw you guys doing this, and I just wanted to join in when I first saw you doing it.
If I see something still, I'll start spamming on them.
Everyone successfully is able to jump out of the way as you see a small portion of the road, a small circle of the road collapses in on itself, and the three of you jump out of the way in time, and Iva, you just kind of fly away from the little portion that closes in. Iva, can you roll me a D3, please?
What's a D3?
Huh?
Just roll a d6. Just roll a d6.
No, just slash roll D3. You can roll any number.
Really?
See?
What the fuck? There's a D3?
That's a D3.
Hold
Also,
on, I'm gonna roll a 1d69 real quick.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can, yeah.
Oh, there was no dice with it. Damn it.
I think,
You know what, Morg?
what's the max?
That was
It's
better than a
like-
62.
I'm gonna beat
Or worse
you
than a
up.
64.
I mean, there's also, like, you can roll that. So, like,
God.
I just rolled 1d1e to the 105th. But yes, as you jump out of the way, you can Everyone roll me perception checks, please.
Okay, that's not foreboding.
Well,
I
the
got an
slightest.
I got an 8.
8. God.
I got a 6.
You know what? Wait, what? What the fuck?
What did you roll, Felix?
I apparently a 17, but I don't
God
recall.
damn.
All right, that's better than a 16.
Okay. I still
But
you
it's
started-
not as
I
good
like
as
the-
an 18.
I like the positive attitude he has.
Exactly.
Sorry, what did you get, Jungle?
I got an 8.
An 8. Okay. So, Krager, you're the only one who hears this as you all begin to start to walk away from this odd but ultimately meaningless altercation, at least so you think, until you hear from within the hole a faint voice call out. It's subtle, but you're able to pick it up just on the edges of your hearing, and you hear, "Help! Help! Help!" Help, please, someone!
Is it in the hole?
You don't hear it. Now we have
Oh,
two
never
options here. One, I don't say anything and we keep walking, and we pretend this didn't happen. Or two, we involve ourselves in this. All right.
Kreger's
There's
the
someone. There's someone in this hole. That's
Why
what
are
she
they
said.
in the hole?
I don't know, but they're calling for help.
Mm,
I think we should help them, but I also don't think we should go into this hole. So if I can tie a rope and lower it, and when you can go investigate. But there's someone that needs our help down there.
Iva can fly.
Yeah.
That's
I
my
think
man.
so.
Yeah, she can just go fucking lower herself.
I will say, as you are all alerted to this, you can listen in and you can kind of hear it now faintly. It's getting quieter the more it yells, seemingly, and you can hear, "Please, anyone, help!"
Does this feel wrong at all?
Roll
Am
me.
I am I getting some spider tingles here? Or am I just tweaking IRL?
Roll me an insight check.
Okay.
I would
Yep.
like to say,
Okay, that's
has
fine.
Morgos heard of anything that lures people, cries for help, and then kills them and eats them?
How's an 18 sound?
There's
More-
Filipino demons like that.
Morg, that is too vague, and you're not in the Philippines, so no, that doesn't sound very familiar. You said 18?
Yeah.
18.
I like that example, Toki.
You think it might be a little odd, but then you look down and you can see with the mage globe light shining in, you can see a little girl at the bottom of this hole. Like it's about 60 feet down, and she's covered in dirt, and you can see that there's what appears to be a small passageway on either side of her. But you can see her. She's down there. Looks to be a small child. Brunette hair. Looks emaciated.
Hmm.
I'm like, can you pick her up?
I can try. I can turn into something that can climb out.
If you want, we can
Ah.
lower a rope down there, and you could just attach it to it, and I can yank the child up.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it is 60 feet down.
We have what each rope we have is 100. How much feet of rope is it?
50.
I mean, all right, yeah, 50. It's about 10 feet off. Well, give me 2 ropes. Do the
Oh, yeah,
exact same
no.
thing we did for the kobolds.
I'll hand Kroger. I'll hand Kreger my rope.
You're gonna hand Kroger your rope.
Kreger
What's
doesn't.
the-
Kroger doesn't know how to use ropes.
What's the buyback value on this?
I mean, we'll have a child, so you could sell the child.
What?
I love DeBow dropping the accent entirely to go, what?
What? I'll tie the ropes together. While I'll wait for Iva's kind of go all clear, or unless she wants to turn into a cat and climb up.
She'll grab the end of the rope and fly it down towards the girl.
Yeah, she grabs onto it, and she doesn't seem to pay too much mind to who or what is saving her in this moment. She just kind of holds on as tight as she can. And I assume you just kind of pull her out. No checks really required. He's just holding on as you pull her out of this hole, and you see she kind of crawls onto the side away from the hole and says, "Hey, thank you, people."
Why are you in hole?
I started to climb away from town after people started getting hurt. Also, she
All
looks
the way up.
she looks to be about 12, I should say. But she looks and she says, Yeah, my hometown. It's just that way, and she points off into this area. RP,
Can you do that? Can you mark that again?
yes, and she says, are people still getting hurt? Is it safe now?
What
Uh,
was happening?
There's this attack. Uh, these little winged creatures. They swarmed in and people started screaming and so I ran into the basement and there was a little hole in the basement, so I started to just climb through it. I don't know how long I've been climbing. I think it's been days.
Did she look malnourished?
Yes, emaciated.
Can I hand her a ration?
If you hand her any kind of food, she immediately takes it and starts just shoving it down. She cannot. She is starving.
All right. Well, we can't leave her alone, but we should also investigate, where she came from.
Those winged things could be related.
It could be.
Do you think it has anything to do with our town?
I hope not. I mean, our town is was in between this town and the Malformer, so I don't think it has much to do with anything with it.
Wait, where are you guys from?
Focal point.
Focal Point? Like the little farming village?
It's a big town now.
No, Grassroots is the biggest town.
Have I heard of this town, Grassroots?
Roll me a history check.
Also, how
Like-
long ago would it have been for what was it? Focal Point to be a little farming town?
With a 19 for Focal Point to have been a little farming town, we're looking at least like bare minimum 50, 60 years ago. And as for Grassroots, you had heard of it before. It was the biggest town for a while, but during one of the early Fey attacks into kind of the deeper portion of Common Charm, after they had passed over the wall and started wreaking havoc, before Law was able to put them down, Grassroots was one of the many towns that they destroyed. It used to be the largest in Common Charm.
Margarus is gonna point at Debo and cast message and say, I don't know what's up with this little girl, but something's mighty suspicious.
Notably, in the area that she pointed as well, I should mention, there is a small, what appears to be dirt path that has been mostly grown over by this point. But it is clearly it had been traveled enough to that it's taken nature this long to start to reclaim it. And it leads a little bit off into the woods that direction, as I had previously mentioned.
What's the name of your town, little miss?
Grassroots, I just told you.
Oh fuck. Um Margarus is gonna look in a panic at the rest of the party.
Something the matter, boy?
Grassroots, you said. What? Interesting. I'm gonna talk with my friends over here. You stay right there and do not wander off. We do not want you getting lost.
Okay.
No, I
Can I-
think we should.
Can I
No,
have
I
you three join me over here just for a quick second?
I'm keeping my eye on the child when I go join Morgaros.
I will flutter over.
Okay, so I'm whispering this so that the child can't hear us. So okay, Grassroots was destroyed decades ago, and during the first the first fight of the war. So the fact that this little girl says she's from Grassroots, chances are either she's lying to us, or something's wrong with those tunnels. I mean, she like time transported or something.
Does Ivan know of any Fey magic that can affect time like that?
Question here.
You would both know that there are curses that can affect time. There's almost a curse for every type of thing that's out there. There are definitely ones that can affect time, your perception of time, how time perceives you in some instances. And would either of you think harder on the mention of a lot of tiny winged creatures?
Yeah.
Go ahead and both of you can make me a hittery check to see if you remember anything like that.
Advantage? Question
Mhm.
mark.
Yes, you have advantage.
Oh, I probably
eye
don't
roll?
need it.
I got an 8.
I got a
8.
23.
Oh.
I have
Damn.
I have a not really ringing a bell. Debo, there are two things that you think it could be. You could either be referring to death butterflies, which are essentially small butterflies that swarm together at all times and essentially go around devouring everything within their wake and kind of laying waste to large swaths of area all at once. They were one of the Fae's primary and favored uses, or one of their favored and primary ways of dealing with towns in the early days of the war. Or there's also the possibility it could be stone moths, which are small moth-like creatures that are kind of independent from the rest of the Fae and essentially work in their own right, where they will crawl into the mouth of a person, which will then petrify them, and they'll lay their eggs within and then spread from there until they eventually take over an entire town. And you would know that sometimes stone moths will even lay dormant for very, very long periods of time, like inside of statues or what people believe to be statues, and then all at once a swarm will appear to petrify the town.
Hmm.
It would be much preferable to be stone moths over death butterflies, I will mention, because death butterflies will devour a person in seconds. Stone moths actually have to put up a bit of a fight.
I will share with the rest of the party my findings, my
Would
revelations.
I know what green Grassroots was attacked by?
Go and roll me a history check. A lot of stuff happened during the war, and Grassroots was not the only victim, not by a mile.
14.
14? You think on it for a minute or two, and I mean, you know that it was some kind of flying creature. You know, whatever did it, it happened so suddenly that when people had gone to resupply at Grassroots, everyone was already gone.
Did anyone talk about like the way they were gone? Was
Yes,
it like,
but you
oh,
don't.
they
Yes, but
disappeared? Oh,
yes, but you don't remember. Like
this was like a long time
it's not
ago,
like
a
yeah.
lifetime ago.
It's been 60 plus years, yeah.
Yeah, I remember whispering it. I remember Grassroots getting attacked, but this was 60 years ago, 60 plus years ago.
It might be some Fey magic, but I am not certain. There is quite a few Fey that can curse with time. Maybe the girl is cursed.
Can Iva tell if someone's cursed?
You can, and you can tell with this girl. It's kind of being connected to your Fae magic. The Fae work together usually. Sometimes they'll screw each other over, but you know that's kind of just part of the deal. But as a Fae, you can tell that this girl was cursed and is not any longer cursed. You can tell that the curse was broken when she escaped the tunnel.
I see.
Essentially, that tunnel worked as a curse focus, keeping her cursed for a longer duration than normal.
Mork, I'm surprised you don't know more about, Fey magic since you're, part Fey.
I mean, my mother disappeared when I was quite, well, comparatively young.
Mm. I see. Well, maybe I can help you learn how to be more like a Fey.
Maybe. Wait, how old are you again, Iva? I'm trying to compare ages here. It's hard to know what memories I should know, but not know. I don't know.
How old she is? She's like 50, right? Mr. DM, help.
How old is who?
Iva?
You
I-
didn't put it in your notes?
I forgot.
Yeah,
She's like 50.
roughly 50, I'd say. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I am about. She'll count on her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 5. 50.
Mhm.
Why do you ask?
Well, I was wondering. I wasn't as old as you were when my mother left or disappeared, but once you accrue a certain number of years, things start to blur together.
See.
But back to this little girl. It'd be dangerous walking in somewhere we don't know.
More importantly, what is to be gained? If that little girl finds out that her entire village is, what, a bunch of statues
Or bones.
or bones, that does not benefit her in the slightest. That only leaves a shell of a deeply unstable person.
But so does lying to them.
Well, don't lie, just point them in the right direction. That being focal point. Safe
And
spot.
and send her off on her own?
How long have we been journeying?
You're 3 days out as of this point.
She would die.
If we
Our
give us 3 days worth
options
of rations and
Are
send
either
it down, right?
journey with her for 3 days and then add 6 days to our total travel. Take her with us, which is going to be a much more dangerous trip, or send her with some items. She made it on her own down there.
There is a fourth option.
We could investigate.
No. I mean,
Oh.
no. Yes, that is an option as well. Sorry, I don't want to make it sound like
There's
I'm saying no.
fifth option.
So there's a fifth option. There is an option to investigate, but there is a fifth option, which is that this is a pretty well-traveled road. I mean, you haven't seen like a ton of people come through, but you've seen at least a few. You get a sense that probably some people are being attacked still, but you get the sense that at least some people have come through. You saw those gardeners before, at least. And there are people coming up from this town down here, who are then coming up the bridge. So it wouldn't be impossible to send her back with someone if that was in your interest.
Will we just
Alright.
take her with us?
Or
And if we
send her,
find someone-
let her hitchhike with the traveler, go in the same direction.
Hmm.
I could equip her to my inventory.
Puts on a backpack and just has a little girl in
This little girl will not let me wear her as an armor set.
it. Cannot equip. Cannot equip. Cannot equip.
Back to focal point. Can we
My
send her back to
strength is high
commander?
enough.
Because,
Well-
like, I mean, she'll at least be taken care of by the butler for a bit of time, until we can figure out what to do.
I mean, I would say that's a possibility. You could send her back with someone and tell her to go find our dear HR
Hannibal.
Hannibal.
I mean, is that he would have raised that concern with you all. He would not have done it without you guys' permission. But I think if we should say, yeah, you guys are right. We should send her back to focal point, but also like we should find travelers to do it. But then like, what happens then? She's just gonna walk into that city alone.
Yeah.
And we just put her in an orphanage, or do we like house her for a bit of time until we figure out what to do?
I'm all in favor of throwing this in Hannibal's lap, letting him deal with it.
We'll say
Until we get
Most
back.
certainly not a babysitter.
I will say
That would
if,
not make a good one.
if anyone's looking, the little girl is like gently chewing on what appears to be a piece of beef jerky that she got from one of the rations that you gave her.
I will give her another one.
She starts chewing on 2 pieces of beef jerky.
At the same time.
She
A
likes it, man.
Kimbo.
She's hungry.
So how? It's just okay. We can get her to focal point. That's not the issue. The issue is what happens after. I mean, I suppose I could send her to my dad, but I don't know if she'll have the time to take care of a 12-year-old. Is there an orphanage in Focal Point?
I should mention as well, this girl appears human, aside from the fact that she's a bit shorter than the typical human, maybe a half-elf child, maybe just a short girl. It's really hard to tell.
I mean, if she's malnourished, maybe that's why.
It could also be stunted, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of explanations about it, and that's why you can't pin down the exact race off this kind of cursory glance.
So,
I'm sure our friend Hannibal has plenty of time.
true. I mean, he is just watching the house. Are we
House
gonna turn
ain't
our
going
house
nowhere.
into an orphanage now? Is that what's gonna happen?
I think that would be kind of fun. All you do is play all day.
Depot just frowns.
What do we open a public school for the children of a Focal Point? I don't know. I agree. Hannibal does. But you know Hannibal, right?
Unfortunately.
Oh my god. You mentioned that you've worked with him before, right?
Mm.
Do you think he would be a good candidate to raise or not watch after this child?
Raise this child.
I mean, watch after this child.
Well, I suppose he has so many connections all over town. I'm sure he can find something.
That's gonna be the best option then, yeah.
Whenever I get in trouble, I just run to HR and see what he says.
Alright, I suppose we take her with us until we find a caravan going the way back to Focal Point, and then we just foist her off.
Sure thing.
Does that sound agreeable, or
A nod from Debo.
Gregor? What about you?
I think that's a good idea.
So I will ask, as you guys begin to march, does anyone talk to her, or is she just kind of silently
I'll
following?
talk to her.
All right.
Morgiros is going to try to remember current events from 60 years ago so as not to he's trying to gently ease this girl into this time period.
I think as you start to walk, though, she does say, "But aren't we gonna
Bro.
go to grassroots?"
Gregor's gonna pick her up and put her on his shoulders. He's gonna treat her like a child.
Yeah, and she
Oh.
sits on his shoulders.
I don't think telling her about everything now is the smart idea. She's still a kid.
I was gonna do
Tell
it gently.
tell me about what?
Craig, I know what you done.
Everything's fine. Do you want another ration, little one?
I do like the beef jerky, yeah.
Unfortunately, oh, what is your name, little girl? We never asked your name.
Oh, I'm Allison. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you as well, Addison. We're currently on a quest, and unfortunately, we can't really.
Well, I know it might be a
Oh.
lot of trouble, but if you go to Grassroots, my mom's the mayor. He'd probably give you a nice reward.
Do I remember the mayor of Grassroots?
No.
I
Sorry.
just wanted to
sorry.
know.
It's been,
Just,
sorry.
I need to ask.
That was a little too aggressive. It's been 60 years. No, you don't
No,
remember that person.
Is there
Who was the
any
American
chance-
president 60 years ago?
I genuinely
Well, we
could
have
not
hit
tell you.
I don't know.
Well, we can go.
Without googling it, can anyone here actually tell me who that was? Just off the top of your
Probably
head.
during like 1964.
Wait, when was
Would it have
the
been
like Nixon?
My
the-
point
who's probably-
exactly, and that's the president. This is the mayor of some town.
Mm.
the biggest town at the time
was-
that
when was
got
the World
ruthlessly
War?
destroyed?
Biggest
When was the V?
biggest town in Common Charm, which is a smaller portion of Charm. But yes.
I did say of the time.
It's 60 years ago now. I have no clue.
Yeah, exactly.
Closest bet what I would have gotten would be like Nixon or Johnson, but that's like 10 years earlier, so that's like 2 presidents off.
All right, sorry, you were saying, Iva?
Or I was gonna say.
Sorry.
Oh, what's your mom's name, Allison?
Oh, she's also named Alice. You wanna
What's
give
your
me a-
last name?
Creative.
Well, we're the Roots family.
So, okay, out of character, is there any chance? I mean, because this was 60 years ago, this town was quote unquote, vanquished. Is there any chance it could have been rebuilt in that time?
No, it would be on the map if it was like a well-established thing. And the fact that the dirt path that she's pointing to is off into the woods and has been overgrown definitely is not a good sign either.
All
Does
right.
this little girl seem like genuinely confused, or is she trying to like pull one over on us? She's trying to get us alone to eat us.
Roll insight.
Lyndon B. Johnson is president from 60 years ago.
What?
An insight.
How did you get that?
Joel told me.
Oh, there we go.
15.
15. This is a little girl who has been lost for an amount of time that she is not aware of and is trying to get back home. And no one has alerted her to the fact that there is no home to get back to, which, might be saving part of her mental, but is also confusing her quite greatly.
We can't go back to Grassroots right now, but we have a better town you can go to.
Better town?
Yeah.
Jan looks around a little bit and she says, well, okay, just let my mom know where I'm going, I guess.
Well, I mean,
Sure, she
you
won't
said
worry.
the town was attacked. Can you describe what the fluttering things were?
Well, they were a little bit. Oh, they started coming from the center of town, and yeah, thanks a little bit. And she says they were coming from the center of town, and they started spreading out, and I ran down to the basement because my mom told me to, and so I took the tunnel because I was worried they were gonna get past the door.
Pretty fucking smart girl. Allison, do you remember encountering anyone strange in your tunnel journey?
Oh, no, I've been crawling through the tunnel for kind of thinks on it, and she goes, I don't know. Never saw anyone. It's a really long tunnel, and it kept getting thinner the further I went in. At a certain point, I couldn't move backwards anymore. I just had to keep going forward.
Mm. Mogiris is gonna like walk backwards with Iva and Debo. Have y'all heard whispering? Have y'all heard of anything, a fake curse that they don't need to be there for? Like,
Does Ivan know anything about that?
Yeah, so you and Abo would probably both know this. Essentially, what it sounds like is that for whatever reason, ahead of time, this small tunnel in the side of this basement that this girl is describing was essentially cursed in order to be a curse focus, meaning anyone who went into the tunnel would then be cursed to continue going through it for an unknown amount of time, during which time stopped perceiving them properly.
It'd be a very bad tunnel for making cheese.
What the fuck?
Wouldn't it be a great tunnel to make cheese?
Time stops working.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, nothing ages.
It would be a great place to like store food in, though.
The world's best
Isn't that what a
refrigerator.
bag of? Isn't that what the astral plane is? Like, there's just no.
I mean, to be fair, you guys don't know what the astral plane is here.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
what are we talking about over there?
Nothing.
Secrets of the universe.
I would
Carter's
like to
gonna
say
point to a
that
bird.
over the last few minutes, while Debo's been quiet, he has been ritually casting Clue just so he can add the girl's color to his repertoire.
Absolutely. You pick up the color of her prints and her
Are
footprints.
you are you getting her finger her prints?
Essentially.
Basically.
Putting her
Let your
in the
dental records while you're
legal
at it.
system?
Check for cavities and shit
But,
like that. So
how
30 minutes later you can identify it.
how long ago does Clue work for? Is it an hour? or-
Clue works for. It takes me 10 minutes to cast, but I can specify any time period up to the last 10 days.
So what's the time period you're giving it?
The last minute. I'm not.
Okay.
I don't want to be blinded by this fucking road.
All right. Well, I wasn't talking about for the road. I was talking about for the girl. All right. You don't pick anything else up aside from her current prints and feet prints.
Okay.
Um,
It
Now
is
I know
a
I'm
45-foot
asking.
radius, so I can't really center it on anything.
That's fair. But yeah, you guys can continue on if that's what you'd so like. The girl is absolutely willing to talk at this point. I mean, you guys have kind of saved her a bit, so she's more than talkative.
So Allison, what's your favorite kind of a food to eat?
Oh, well, we have this kind of stuff where essentially the way it works, or at least the way Mom showed me to make it, is you cook a bunch of bacon, right? And then
Mhm.
you strain off the grease of the bacon, and you let that solidify, and she called that bacon fat. And then you use the bacon fat, and you add a bunch of spices and stuff, and then you sear a big old bison flank steak in it, and then that's enough to feed like a whole family, and it's really good.
Okay. Morgios is thinking of how he's gonna hunt down a bison and also make bacon in the wilderness.
I mean, you didn't ask her like what she wanted. You just asked her what her favorite was, so she told you.
Morgios like, damn, how am I gonna make this girl her favorite food here and there?
Womp womp.
But yeah, you continue on. Is anyone else talking to her? Anyone asking any questions? Anything like that?
Gregor is showing her birds and stuff. He's trying to cheer her up.
He points at the sky at the bird up there. That's a squirrel.
This is a very highly intelligent creature that I just learned about earlier this morning, as a matter of fact. That is a squirrel.
Oh, they look kind of different.
What do you mean different?
Well, the squirrels we'd always see were like blue, kinda.
What were they? Fluffernutters?
Fuzz nuts.
Fuzznuts.
You have managed to do a critical roll.
Oh, did I?
Reference by accident.
God damn it. Well, the critical role allegations are not looking good for me. I guess I'm just a plagiarist.
Womp womp.
How could you plagiarize like that, Z? I can't believe you.
Yeah, so you
Really
guys,
thought more highly of you.
all of my notes have actually just been pictures of Matt Mercer shirtless. I'm sorry, guys.
Could I get shared to this document, please?
you open the tab that like says absolutely do not open, and it's even more pictures, but this time of Brennan Lee Mulligan.
I think we need a timestamp for this too.
Oh yeah, it already done, brother man, already done. That was the best joke I've ever told. I'm not letting that one go to waste. But yeah, sorry, you were saying, Gregor?
No, he would be explaining squirrels to her and stuff like that. Nothing crazy.
And
Just be showing that he'd occasionally probably toss her in the air and catch her. Just play with her like that.
yeah,
Just eats her.
I mean,
He's looking at Morgaros. You wish this was you, huh?
Wow, the aggression on that, dude. But no, you
a little bit of jealousy watching this or get tossed into the air.
you can easily do this with one hand. I mean, this girl weighs essentially nothing to you. But you continue on, and eventually, as you arrive closer to the bridge, you find a small, what appears to be caravan of merchants who are traveling past. And you see they slow down, and they actually start to lay out their wares. It seems like they're looking to maybe sell you on something as you approach, and you see, most notably, one of a non-familiar race to most of you. I believe only Morgaros would have ever seen, unless someone is related to this race by some amount. I think only Morgaros would have seen one of these before, and it's a Tabaxi. You see it's this Tabaxi woman, and she is standing there with a large array of jewelry, and she says, "Oh, please, come over to my shop. I must show you my wares."
Do you want a child?
What? What?
We are currently on our
You see
way
the
to
other merchants are
investigate-
like looking over from their stalls.
We are currently investigating some reports of banditry to the south. And we've come across a small girl. We can't take her with us, and we can't spare the time to take her back to Focal Point. So if y'all were on your way, would you maybe be amenable to it?
Roll a persuasion check. As this poor fucking Tabaxi woman looks genuinely mortified. Oh,
A 5.
you see, she starts to reach for a little dagger that's kind of stowed away at the side of the cart, and she says, "Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense." And you can tell that she seemingly believes you people have taken this little girl.
And we're just offering her for no reason.
To get rid of the evidence.
Use your brain. So would you take her to Focal Point?
You want me to take the girl to Focal Point?
I don't fucking trust this guy.
This is a woman.
This woman.
I don't trust this person. Thing.
Fair enough.
I mean, not you, but someone in your caravan. I mean,
You see, as you kind of glance over, you can notice in the caravan is what appears to be a few other people, but most notably, you see a small group of halflings. It appears to be a man, a woman, and these two little children who kind of run up behind them. And you see this kind of bearded halfling approaches and says, "Well, if you're looking for transport, it's more my part's doing." And he kind of gestures over to his cart, and you can see it's actually a segmented cart. There are 3 segments to this, and you can see there are already people in a couple of the segments riding along with him. It seems like this is kind of the transport of the caravan. He says, "Yeah, we're just heading up to Focal Point right now because we were coming up from Lullaby Meadows. So if you're willing to pay the fee, we'll take her with us and drop her off wherever you need within Focal Point."
and what's the fee?
Fee per person is about 5 gold pieces, but given the circumstance, I'd be willing to give you half off for 2 gold pieces and 5 silver pieces.
Gregor will cover the fee.
I was gonna cover the fee.
Mighty
You can
kind.
cover the 5 silver.
Mighty kind, fellas, mighty kind. And he takes it and he goes, "All right, little miss, what's your name?" And she says, I'm Allison. It's nice to meet you." And you see, he says, "All right, well, I'm Victor. It's nice to meet you too. We're gonna get you set right as rain, all right?" And she kind of nods her head a little bit.
I will cast a message to Victor so the little girl can't hear us, and I will say, her name is Allison Roots. She has been
Please.
affected.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't
She's
think
been
it'd be
affected.
smart to fucking tell him her full name because, like, you don't know where the Roots family is or if there's like
Sadly,
wait.
Kreger can't tell Morgaros this because
You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
I'll be quiet.
go ahead.
The Roots family's probably dead. It's unlikely this is, well, this half man could have been alive then, but Marcus will say she was recently affected by a fake curse. She just needs a place to stay. You can take her to the what is our house called in Focal Point?
It's supposed to be called your group's name, then Manor. But you guys don't have a group name yet, so
You can take her to insert group name here.
No,
Manor.
it would you would probably refer to it as the Manor on the Northern Hill.
Unnamed manor.
Unnamed group.
Yeah. Like, God, if he shows up there and it's like a little bit run down still, you haven't painted the outside, you haven't put a new porch in yet. Yeesh.
We are busy.
Yes, he goes, "All right, I can drop her off there. I think I know the way."
If Hannibal is not there, just call for him. He'll show up.
Uh-huh. And they load up into the cart, and she waves as they pull out, and the caravan continues on towards Focal Point. Side note, there's no rush on this, but if you guys could, in the coming week, and I think like 2 weeks, since technically we'll be taking a little break for my whole moving thing, talk in the Discord and figure out a potential group name. That'd be great.
Personally, I like insert group name here.
I would literally instantly kill you.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Rocks Fall? Question mark.
The Sky Falls?
But no, you continue on, and let's see. So you set up camp this day, and the next morning rolls around uneventfully. No need for watches because nothing's going to happen, but assumingly you take a watch anyway. And as the morning rises, is there anything is there anything anyone wants to do during the camp or during kind of the morning of the next day where you're getting ready to go on your traveling again?
Mm, no.
Okay.
I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't think anything's gonna happen.
All right. If no one has anything to talk about, you move on and continue moving forward, and you make some more progress here on the map that I will mark down. And on your way to this location, during the middle of it, you are all going to need to give me perception checks, please.
Perception.
No.
Perception.
Perception.
13.
Perception. 13.
23.
Holy shit.
Good. Bam. 14.
14. And then looking for Kreger. Oh. Kreger, you kind of stub your toe on a pine cone. Like, ah, fuck.
God damn it. The
Um,
toe stubbing.
It comes back. It returns the vengeance. But Iva, you're the only one who notices this, actually. You can see a bright glint about 15 feet above you in a tree.
She'll flutter up to look at it.
You fly up and you take a look, and you can see everyone. You notice, like, Iva break away from the group, aside from you, Krieger, as you're kind of holding onto your toe. But the other two of you notice Iva fly away from the group and fly up to the top of this tree. And Iva, you can find what appears to be a small chest. It doesn't have a lock on it, but it has a little latch, and it's kind of been put into this hollowed out section of the tree towards the top. It looks old and weathered as a box.
Ah, I found something.
She'll try to pull out the chest and throw it down.
Yeah, you toss it down. Does anyone catch it, or does it just hit the ground?
I'll try to catch it.
Go and roll me a sleight of hand.
Nine. It's almost
You
18.
go to grab it, and your hand slip just past it. And you feel as it just smacks you in the head, and you take 7 points of bludgeoning damage as it
Damn.
cracks you over the head.
That would have killed a person.
Yeah, like it would have. Like this is not a light box. It's a solid wood like box about the size or little bit bigger of Iva, and it just cracks you over the head from 15 feet up. This would have killed most people. You drop to the ground and you can feel some blood dripping from your head. It hurts like a lot. Like you got cracked over the head with what is essentially a fucking 2x4. And
Garrus rubs his head and use second wind.
I will say, notably, the chest seems fine. It's a pretty sturdy make.
God damn
Just kind of a little bit stunned. You don't get the full healing from just the amount of pain that you're in. So what are you gonna do?
I will call out.
Are you okay?
Head hurts.
Morgaris, what's wrong with your face?
At least you have a very hard head.
Thank you.
Morg, what's wrong with your face?
What?
The hard eyes?
Oh, what the fuck? Oh.
I guess you
Oh,
were
it might have
typing in
been
numbers.
numbers. I was typing in the numbers. I was just backwards with a 1.
You got cracked over the head and you just started going, Krager.
That's just a blip from his head.
True.
I think Morg is having a bit of a concussion.
Tiger, I am wounded. Carry me.
Hands.
But
The eagle, he puts his hands on his hip. He stares off, smoldered in the distance. No.
I know that reference.
I love that reference. What? So, what are any of you doing as this chest kind of sticks into the ground next to Morg?
I'll pick it up. I'll move it like away from Morg, so Morg. I'll help Morg up.
Yeah, you
Thank you,
pick it up and you help Morg to his feet.
What is
I'm gonna-
in that chest?
I'm gonna shake it a little bit. See how heavy is this chest?
Not very. I mean, it's just you get the sense that the only weight to it is the actual like make of the box being made out of wood. But as you shake it a little bit, you can hear a ting 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 inside of it as something bounces around.
To pick luck.
It's not locked. It's just a latch.
Oh, it's just a latch.
Oh.
Okay.
I'll hold it in front of the party to see if anyone wants to open it.
I'll open it.
You pop the latch, you open it up, and it shoots you. No, I'm kidding.
The mimic.
Oh god. But you pop open the latch and you look inside and you can see there is what appears to be a golden ring, solid gold ring, and accompanying it is a note.
What's the note say?
You kind of take the note and you flip it over so you can read it, and it just reads in simple plain text. It's clearly been handwritten in common. To my darling Alexander, I miss you more by the hour.
How was Alexander supposed to get that out of the tree?
Roll an insight.
Oh, I was writing notes down. God damn you. Is it insight? Eight.
You get the idea that no one was really meant to get this box. Like it was never meant to be brought back
Oh, he's
down.
dead.
Oh no.
That's so sad.
Iva will pick up the ring.
I will say the paper looks old and weathered. I'll say, for you as you pick up the ring, you check. I'm assuming you look over it.
Yeah.
You can see the inside on where the normal engraving would go. It says Valerie.
Iva will put it on her wrist.
That's right. Who's Valerie?
It looks like they were lovers.
How did she get that in the tree?
Maybe they were druids and turned into bear and climbed tree and put in.
What if they put it on top of the tree and it just grew up?
Maybe,
That's
maybe they
a really
Maybe
good idea.
the box walked up there itself.
He's cracked the case.
He did
cracked
it.
something all right. Is that how old does the paper look to be?
Looks to be considerably old. It's aged and clearly, at least some moisture has gotten into it because it's yellowed over the years. But you kind of glance back to the tree and back down to the box, and yeah, it's pretty clear now that someone points it out to you that most likely what happened was there was an opening in the tree where this was put, and then over many years it grew.
I think we should put it back.
But why? It's not like it's going to anyone. I think it's good to give it a new home.
I don't know. Morgaris's eyes kind of turn kind of pale blue. I think we should just. They seem to love each other a lot, and I think we should leave their keepsakes where they are.
Iva will
tilt her head and glance over his eyes. What is wrong with your eyes?
Nothing. It's just they return to the pink. I just think if I had left a keepsake for someone that I had lost, I would want someone to leave it there and respect it.
Even if you're most likely dead?
Well, yes.
Well, I think he's right. I think he's right. I think we should bury this box in their memory.
Hmm. Fine. I suppose that is good.
Iva looks kind of a
Well, I
little
mean, I
sad
guess
as she pulls it off.
I guess you could take the chest with you if you want. If you really want the chest, we gotta leave the ring in the note.
Okay.
Can I go ahead and racially detect, or not racially?
Racially detect.
I will racially.
Whoa.
I will quickened cast detect magic.
Quick and cast. All right.
Yeah.
You begin to detect magic, and you don't get anything from the box or the notes, but you do get a faint sign from the ring, and it appears to be. Let me just make absolutely sure I have this right. I think it's divination, but let me see.
Okay.
Da-da-da. No, sorry, it would be necromancy.
I see. Okay. Oh, just one moment. Out
Iva.
of curiosity.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Debo, but Iva, roll me a charisma save.
Oh no.
Ooh.
The charisma.
So we get
Say.
your grave, Robin. Oh
I
my
got
god.
nat 20.
Seemingly nothing happens.
Be like, where like the rudest thing you could do, and she's like, it's fine. No one cares.
Just one moment, Ivo. If you'd be so kind as to fly that ring over here. I'm just ever so curious.
She'll glide over, fluttering her little moth-like wings. She'll pull off the bracelet she made with the ring and drop it into his hands.
I'm going to not catch that. I will let it hit the floor first.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we were supposed to be respecting the people. Why'd you let it fall?
Perhaps I'm just a little bit more cautious. And I'm going to first ritually cast Curse Word on myself just for extra caution. And then I
Gotcha.
will cast Identify.
Wonderful. So you cast Identify, and you do in fact find that this is an item called Cursed Ring of the. Well, what would the word be? The Cursed Ring of the, I suppose, Trapped Lover. And you pick up. This is a cursed item, which after you attune to it, you cannot remove it without removing curse first. And it is a sentient magic item that apparently wails to you the woes of a long since gone man, seemingly trapped within the ring.
Why?
You see Debo kind of like purses his lip a little bit and just kind of nods and just kind of hums to himself. Yeah, there's a man in that. There's a man trapped in the ring.
Wow, really?
You think that?
Yeah.
You think it's Alexander?
I would take a wild guess and say that. Does Identify tell me who's trapped in the ring or not?
No, but if you give me an investigation check, it might give you something a little bit more than it usually does.
Advantage?
Advantage.
Anyway, oh, okay.
I should never get advantage on these. I am ridiculous at them. Okay, I rolled 2 4s, making it a 10.
You get the sense that you don't know why they're here. You don't know really what you're going for, but you get the sense that this is not a fey curse. This is a curse imparted by a wizard.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I kind of looking at the writing? I know it's weathered. Is it tear stained at all? Did whoever write this cry as they wrote it?
Brother man, this
How
note
the
is
hell?
ancient. You are not getting that.
Can I just, I don't know, with my fate power, get a sense of the emotions behind it? No, I'm just kidding.
I
I'm
can tell by the tilt of the cursive they were a little bit. You see
Mhm.
how it just
Yeah.
there.
I
There is actually like a with like an inquisitive rogue ability that lets you insight a person through their writing.
That's crazy.
It's like
I
actually through the slant of their writing here.
I will say, DeBo, if you'd like to, or not if you'd like to, sorry, this is another thing you'd garner as well, is that the curse is essentially physically tied to the ring itself. You get the sense that if the ring was broken, so would the curse be.
Well, if we break the ring, then this Alexander likely goes free. Uh, Supposedly, we don't know exactly who's in there, but also we don't know exactly who's in there. Even if it is Alexander, he may be in there for a good reason.
It's possible.
We should leave this be then.
We should probably bury it and
Yep.
make sure that nobody finds it.
Did
I'll grab my shovel and head into the forest a little bit.
You know magic
Kreger
quite
heard the
well,
word
though.
bury and he's like, yes.
I'm grabbing my shovel.
Bo, is this like a kind of curse that someone would cast to keep someone with them, or as a punishment?
Dungeon Master, help.
This is definitely the kind of curse that you would put onto someone to harm them or harm the people around them. This is, I guess, in like the most bare bones essential way of saying it, this is akin to throwing someone into a dungeon and then locking them there forever.
I don't think
Cool.
anyone deserves that.
Go page out of Saul's playbook.
Hmm.
I think
Yeah.
I think we should destroy the ring.
Morg, is there nobody on this wonderful green planet that you would not do this to? Not even the most vile of villains. My point being, we don't know who's in there. It could have been a nice, swell person that put them in that ring just for the sake of the world. I
Well,
say it's best
see,
let it not.
it's their soul, though. I mean, I don't know. Is there magic that like let your soul come back to life? I don't know.
Would I know of like revivify spells and
Yeah,
how that
you know
requires
the
souls and whatnot?
you'd know the concept of resurrecting someone, though you would know that it would require someone who on the outside would resurrect the person, or some kind of
Yeah.
magical item that would do something like that at a like later date technically. You also would be able to pick up that well, you wouldn't pick this up, I don't think, DeBo, but I'd say if anyone would like to roll me an insight check outside of DeBo, you might be able to pick something up here.
I was going to ask Iva if she knew how old this tree was.
Bruh.
How old this tree be?
19
Iva,
Morgos.
how old the tree?
Morgos, you pick up this, and anyone else who wants to give me an insight check, you can as well. But the thing that you pick up from this is that while what DeBo is saying could be a possibility, it's also worth noting that there was someone out there at some point who cared enough about this person to leave them a memorial, and that might speak a little bit to their merit as just a person.
I mean, DeBo, I've lived a long time. And I don't think I would want to keep anyone trapped like this. No hope of escape. Just conscious all the time for years, decades upon decades of time. It's terrible. I think we should destroy the brain. Set them free at least to die or die. They're going somewhere.
I'm afraid, Morge, we are on two very different sides of the same coin.
Maybe as you get older you'll understand what it's like to have the vast amount of time that I have, and to think about that being in a singular cell with only 4 walls in the cell to keep you company.
Well, yeah. I'm focusing not on the torment that this person is going through, but why they are going through the torment. I don't know. So I'd best not mess with it.
Maybe one of us could put it on, attune to it, and have them tell us their woes.
On everything that I can swear to, that is a bad idea.
Well, why?
This is a cursed ring. If you put it on, there is no taking it off.
I put it on just fine.
Yeah, but it didn't.
I don't think it fit.
You didn't forge that magical connection that it needs.
What's that supposed to mean?
For certain items to get the benefits of them, you have to really connect with it. Spend some time with it.
Ava,
Mm.
I remove my jade onyx ring. Put that on your finger.
Hmm? She'll reach over to the ring and start putting it on her hand.
As you do so, the ring shrinks to the proper size.
What?
That is the correct connection to a magical item. May I have my ring back?
She'll look over at the bow.
Oh no.
Ava,
Yeah, I will say, Iva, you accepted a gift from DeBo. You are now indebted to do one thing that he says without condition.
Fuck.
You
D-
just got
d-
fucking teased.
DeBo, would you like to do that to pull the ring back?
I'm gonna give her enough time to do it willingly, but otherwise,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, she gets a second. Iva, you know that he can force you to if he wants to.
She holds the ring up, glinting in the light.
Don't you think it looks very good on me? Maybe being a Jade Onyx member would be worth it for a very, very nice ring.
Don't make me count.
Wait, would you count? Wait, would you count? No.
No.
What? Wait, can't I borrow it for just a while? It's not like you are using it.
3,
Wait, no.
2.
We could do trades. Maybe I have something you like.
I'm forcing her to give it back.
Iva, he says, give it back, and you pull the ring from your finger and you hand it back, and DeBo, you are returned your ring. Keep in mind, real Fae will get you on that shit if you accept a gift without any conditions.
Shame on you, Ava. I was fully prepared to reward you for doing the right thing.
Reward
Shame on
me.
you.
And what are you going to reward me with?
You'll never know now, won't you?
Oh,
Anyways, I think I've made my show and tell.
I will say, there seems to be a split decision here. Between DeBo insisting for the burial and sealment of this ring, and Morgaris insisting for the destruction and freedom of the ring's occupant. So, in this moment, unless anyone has anything else they would like to chime in with or weigh in their opinion with, we will need to find a way to decide this.
Bro,
think
I've
we
been
should put
digging
it
a
up to a
hole for the
vote.
last 3 minutes. Which
Okay,
I'm
okay.
with the bow on.
So Kreger's siding with the bow here. Iva, do you have an opinion?
I would probably suggest destroying it. I mean, if destroying it would let someone out.
All right. Well,
I think it's fitting
Ava,
that the two Fae don't want to see how horrible it is to be trapped in somewhere.
Forever, yeah.
Ava,
But you
we'll
guys are
do the
fey.
honors. I'm gonna hand Iva a silver piece. Call heads or tails.
Oh,
She'll place it in her palm, and then she'll fly up and drop the silver piece down. Heads,
all right.
and hear
Alright.
it clink against
Somebody
the ground.
roll
So
a d20. Even is heads, odds is tails.
Why just a D2?
That's an option, but
You-
most of us don't have one of those.
you can flip a coin.
You roll, is it slash roll? Yeah,
Slash R.
roll.
So wait. Which is what? Okay,
Even was heads.
it was heads. So that's tails, right?
If odds is tails, then yeah.
All right.
I can't see the dice. So.
It's a 1. Sorry.
a
Oh,
1.
he rolled it privately. You can see it on stream. It's right there. I promise. I swear.
It's a 1.
It is a 1, which would be tails, which is what I've called.
Be there any more discussion? Is this a relatively good way of coming to a conclusion? Or
Yeah,
must
right,
there
Start
be
mean-
more
filling the
debate?
hole back up.
No, we can break the ring and then bury it still. I don't want your hole to go to waste, Kreger.
With the hole to go to waste. So as you commit to the destruction of this ring, how are you going about it? Are you just whacking it against something? How are you trying to break it?
Kreger, you still have your really big maul, right?
Dude, you think I would leave that at home? Of course I have my fucking home. That is top 3 things of value in my
Am I
inventory.
mistaken? I think Ava called heads, didn't she?
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you?
my apologies.
Oh, they
I
just confused it.
I was wrong. I was absolutely wrong then. Yeah, in that case, you guys bury the ring.
Well,
Suck it.
I'm asking the party if there's any more
No.
discussion, if they're happy with this. Brandel's opening up. Here's a conclusion. We can take this and not argue about
Okay,
it.
fair enough.
Or
Fair
we can continue to converse.
I mean, there's a conclusion. Personally, I don't care, but Morgaris cares.
Well, that's the important part. What is Morgaris saying in this?
Morgaris will honor the coin flip.
Alright.
I'll wait for it to be put back in the chest, and I'll wait for them to drop the chest, and then I'll start burying it like
But it's a nice chest.
Ava, have you any final pieces of information you want to say before we lay it to rest? Iva?
I was looking at the silver piece.
It's like, damn, that's not what I called.
Well, what was it? What was the
DeBoe
question?
asked you if there's any disagreements on this being the way that we conclude this debate.
She'll put her hands behind her head. Another option is letting me keep it. But I do not think you would want that.
You're right on that. Somebody has posted a meme in general where it does not belong.
well, it's Okay.
Wow.
Someone punch me
The immediate
Discord line.
violence in the voice got me, dude. That sent me.
God.
Hate, vitriol, even.
With that being the final scoop, DeBo will pick up a stick from somewhere, pick up the ring, and put it in a box.
Yeah, you put it in the chest, you.
I mean, it
Barry.
didn't hurt us when she had picked it up the first time.
I will say, instead of putting it in the box, I have noticed a few of our party members like the box. So I will instead take a piece of rag from my tattered shirt and tie up the ring
Wait,
in
but
it and
what's the,
throw it
what's
in
the
the
box
hole.
made out of? Because it might be important to keep
Oh.
it in the box. It was like
Very
a
true.
dangerous magic item.
Is this? You said it was a wooden box, right?
Yes, it's made out of yew wood.
Is it mahogany? No. What the fuck is
He
wood?
just said you.
You would.
You
That
know,
It's got
sounds Celtic.
berries.
it's
Red berries are poisonous.
Oh, yew as in YEW.
yes.
Yeah.
It's not Kreger wood.
Yeah,
It is made out of little crackers.
For those of you more in tune with nature, mainly Iva, you would know that yew wood is typically the, at least speaking within the realm of this fantasy world. This isn't talking about real yew wood. Within charm, yew wood is typically a symbol of mourning or longing for someone's return.
Hmm.
Gosh, that's like that one DC character who's got her husband stuck in a sword that talks to her. I wonder maybe this Valerie lady kept the ring so that her husband could talk with her, but she couldn't destroy it in the end. Maybe Valerie's
Yeah,
in the ring. I have no idea.
What if Valerie's still alive and she just comes back over here occasionally to talk to her husband and she just finds that a box gone?
There's
We should get up the tree.
there is I cannot stress this enough. There are so many ways because I don't want to like make you guys do anything different. If you want to bury the ring, you want to bury the ring. But like there are so many possibilities here that I don't think have been questioned or explored that it's insurmountably like insane to me.
The big bad evil guy gets on our case and tries to kill us because we buried the ring like 2 feet away from the tree that the box was in, and we're in the final boss fight, and we're like, "Why the fuck do you hate us? You took my ring. It was buried 2 feet and over." Oh well, in that case, I guess this fight is over. Like, we all go home.
Man, you could have just led with that, man.
I mean, I
I'll help
guess
you
we
find
could
it.
we could take it to the mage place. See if any of them know anything about it, but
That's true.
I will say
also
there's
could be
also
over here.
I will say this as well. DeBo, you get the sense that if you did more searching on this, you cast Identify a couple more times and spent the time to focus on this ring, slowing down your travel pace, but taking the time to focus on the ring, you might be able to glean more.
What, attuned to the ring?
No.
Identify it multiple times.
I know.
As I'm like doing this for the 37th time, I'm just, do you know the definition of insanity? I do not.
I wish someone told
It,
me.
it's one voice in his head and the other voice replies.
Nice.
I do not. Shut up.
Fair enough. What would you like to do?
That is a good thing to note. Taking it to the wizards. Would Mord say that out loud?
Yeah.
I think DeBo would be in the process of tying up the ring in a fucking rag, and he just turn on his heel and. Now that
He said it like as an afterthought too, like, I guess we could take it to the wizard.
that is a smart idea. That is actually a very good middle ground. If they can find a way to destroy the ring and make sure that whoever it is actually goes to whichever afterlife they are destined to go to and not fuck up anything, then yes, I think that is a good idea. Back into the box it goes. Sorry, Krega, you dug a hole for no reason.
He just gets into the hole.
he keeps digging.
I'm fuck this. I'm leaving this hole.
Fair enough.
Fall into it. Throws a shovel on the ground like a child.
The ping as
Don't
it
forget your
bounces off the
shovel.
ground.
Toki, I think you could draw a really cute version of that.
Just ping as it smacks against the ground, kind of clatters to a stop.
No one appreciates my holes. That came out.
Hey, yeah.
You should have seen her face that I made. I think we
And-
all know what I'm thinking.
Can we quote that real quick?
Yes, absolutely. I'm time stamping it.
I'll take your silence as a yes.
Can you hear me?
I'll quote it. I'll
Time
quote it
stamping.
real quick.
Yeah, I am absolutely time. I'm gonna send that to like Felix's friends that are like mutual friends of mine.
Jesus, please do not.
Dude, Jack is never gonna let you live it down ever.
Jack is never
Jack's
gonna
never
love
gonna
you.
love you.
I hope you didn't like Jack in the first place. I hope Jack's not that important to you. Turns out he's not gonna love you.
Holy shit.
Anyways, we have a giant box now. Who's carrying this shit?
Okay, it's not giant. It's just like Iva sized.
This ginormous fucking box. We're gonna have to drag it across the floor like a coffin.
Every time we mention it, the box gets bigger.
Schrodinger's box. If you stop looking at it, it just gets bigger.
Yeah, so this box is actually
Does it
about
get
this.
bigger or does it get bigger? You don't know until you look at it.
Yeah, so guys, we need to take this box that's the size of the entire planet with us. It's starting to form its own continents, actually.
Free real estate.
More places to dig holes, Gregor.
I feel like there's, you know what? As a matter of fact, I mean, is there a way to make infinite amount of dirt in said box then?
No, you just
then
have to
there's-
be a termite.
Dude, Gregor is literally me whenever I start a new Minecraft world.
I feel like Kreger at the beach would go hard.
Dude, yeah, no,
What?
you do not want to. No, you do not want to give him a shovel at the beach.
Oh,
He'll fucking break it in half.
Bro, my brain is fucking fried. You went Gregor at the beach would go hard, and my brain went, wait a second, that sounds
What?
wrong.
Penis? Question mark? I think we take the box with us down the road, Mr. DM.
Yes, you do. Sorry, I didn't mean
I
to.
will say the wizard tower is like up to the northeast of here ways.
We'll be
It-
packing around this ring for a while.
It's, I will say, the nearest, or like not the nearest, the biggest wizard tower that you guys know of is pretty far away, but the closest one actually is only just due south a few days and a little side trek into a town.
Really? It's that one down there?
Oh,
That's a wizard
Oh
tower, yeah.
shit! There's a tower right there.
recalculating.
Calculated.
Okay, well, you
Fuck,
spend.
we missed our turn. We're like 3 days late. We missed our turn. Who the
Make
fuck
a
was the
U-turn.
who's the navigator? Who fell asleep?
More Gyarados.
More Gyarados, true. But I will
So
say,
we can't sleep, so it's
if you'd like, the next 2 days will pass uneventfully.
alright, we're going to the wizard's tower.
All right,
Whibbard.
Wibbard on.
I'm tired.
No, I love that. I think I should make Wibbard like a clip that like a sound clip that people can play. So like if you pay like a certain amount of channel points, it'll just stream Wibbard.
I'm sure that won't be
It'd be
terrifying
hilarious.
ever.
It would be wonderful. I have no idea what you're talking about. But regardless of that, I will say here on the 6th day, you are able to start making your way south towards the town of Lullaby Meadows, and that is where we will pick up in technically 2 weeks because we have to do a little skip over a week. Yeah, we'll pick up on this dirt road as you begin to make your way towards a forest that leads eventually into the town.
See you guys next month.
Oh God, yeah. Fuck,
Womp womp.
that sucks. Man, that hurts physically.
I know. Dungeon Dragon cries.
Dungeon drag. I hate moving, dude. It's the fucking worst.
Oh, dude, I understand. Imagine packing up your whole life in a little box.
So true, dude. All right, everyone say goodbye to chat as I send them all away for a raid. Everyone, goodbye, chat.
Bye.
Bye, chat.